Yo, I'm Nandre.
Hi everyone. How we doing? You know what day it is.
You know what motherfucking day it is?
So welcome in. I'm Nandre and it's Tuesday, boys. You know,
They're Nandre.
sometimes Will and I will just do the Nandre voice. Like we were sitting on the couch the other day and we both just went,
I'm Nandre. Nandre.
oh, hi. I was going to say that I feel like I always feel like I've been gone forever when I go live on Tuesday, because I don't stream on Mondays now because that's podcast day. And then Sundays are dinner and a movie, so I'm streaming, but I don't know what it is. I get to Tuesdays and I feel like I haven't seen you guys in so long. It's been 84 years.
It's been 84 years.
Kongi, thank you for the 16 months. Here to talk about your car's extended warranty. Yeah. We got to extend that warranty. That warranty needs to be extended, and it needs to be extended right now. Right now. Okay, thank you for the gifted sub. Adakemi, thank you for the 17 months. Got offered my first full-time job today. Oh my God. Oh my God. Congratulations. Dat Smurf account, thank you for the 20 months. Asian Skills, thank you for the 12 months. You were in a Nathan Grayson article. Yeah. Yeah, we'll talk a little bit about it. We'll talk a little bit about it just because I want to clarify some of the things that I said. Just so nobody misreads anything that I was saying. No, Nathan is great. I met Nathan shortly after I started streaming at TwitchCon, actually. It was my first TwitchCon, but it wasn't really a TwitchCon because I didn't even have a badge. I just went to go support Name Your Price, but then I ended up talking to... No, maybe it was the next TwitchCon. Fuck. I can't remember. But I remember my first conversation with Nathan was at a TwitchCon, and I was pretty new to streaming. What I meant is that Hassan isn't attractive. Yeah, I said over and over on the phone, I was like, Hassan is so uggo. I can't believe that was not in the article. I spent 2 hours shitting on Hassan, and I wasn't quoted. I was also like, that man is a liar. That man lies to his audience about gaming. He is the people online who say he's a liar, that he misinforms his audience. It's true. He is. He's the biggest liar on the platform. Good article, though. Do you think more people should get into the streaming space, or is it tapped? Look, I always say the more, the merrier, you know, especially if you are a force for good. If you're a good person espousing good things, like, get on in here. Now, I will say it is very, you know, there's a lot of people on this platform. All the things about visibility being shit, yada yada. If you're a leftist, well, if you're a leftist, you're like, should I join Twitch? Will it be easy? No, but I am never going to tell someone to not get into the space. You know, I did it. I started 2 years ago, and I thought I was like, look, I have an advantage with having a partner who's successful in the space, but I don't know. I feel old for streaming. I don't know if I'm going to be able to carve out a space for myself. It seems like I missed the opportunity during COVID, blah, blah, blah. And now here we are. Here we are, you know? Here we are, still carving out my path, but I got a great community, and it's Tuesday, boys. Did you see Taylor Renz is looking for a podcast co-host? That sounds like you'd be perfect for. So, yeah, it's funny because she actually has messaged me about it. And on the one hand, I'm like, okay, that's hilarious because that actually describes me to a T. But on the other hand, I just started Let Me Know with Sam. And I was on the phone with Cutie. I was talking to her about this because I'm like, I don't want to be you. I said, I love you, but I don't want to be suddenly going from 0 podcasts to so many podcasts. Maybe Cutie is not a good frame of reference, though. Because I see her with her 2 podcasts. I'm like, no. I know there's other people who do multiple podcasts, but yeah, I also, I don't know if she needs someone who's like, I'm really tapped into pop culture. But like tech, I'm not super tapped into tech in a way where I'm an expert on it. Like I would be providing expert analysis. I don't think that is me. Like I basically talk about tech. The extent of it is talking about AI in the entertainment industry, which we're going to talk about today because Ben Affleck is he's all over the internet because everyone's like, whoa, Ben Affleck is really well spoken. I'm like, hello, where have you been? Where have you been? Ben Affleck has been articulate. Plus, tech hates me. That is true. Couldn't tell her I'm interested because she doesn't follow me. Hello, darkness, my old friend. I've come to talk with you again. Low-key offensive for people to assume Ben isn't smart. Yeah, also Ben is the youngest best original screenplay Oscar winner in history. Him and Matt Damon. Hello, Good Will Hunting. My boy's wicked smart. Hello. Like, people have been sleeping on Ben Affleck. I think it's because Ben has been so memed. You know, there's like people who don't know Ben Affleck know the Ben Affleck memes. And I was like, yeah, because he's so weighed down by his large brain. That's why he's always smoking and looking depressed. And then there's all the like J-Lo, you know, drama of it all. So I think that they forget that Ben is he's a really smart guy. He's a really smart guy, and especially when it comes to tech innovations and the entertainment industry, he's often been ahead of the rest of the industry when it comes to talking about like the impact that it's going to have. We'll watch an old clip when he's talking about streaming before Spotify and Netflix were a thing. How does a smart guy get that tattoo? Look, smart people are also dumb. Okay? Some of the smartest people are dumb. Why does your channel have ads? Isn't Adpocalypse real? That's a lot of question marks. That is so many question marks. No, it's not. You guys know how I feel about, I've talked about this before, how I feel about too many question marks, too many exclamation points. Stop it. Stop it, Katie. No. Please. Please no. The only person affected by Adpocalypse is Sandwich. And that's a personal thing. That's the only person who has been affected by it and kind of deserved. You are getting one guide. Sandwich has been one guide by Twitch. What do you mean? Question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Question mark, question mark. Cat's Baked Biscuits. Thank you for the 6 months. She is. Why? Because she's because Sam has been one guide. Sam has been one guide by Twitch because she's a white woman. Because I'm the hot one. Okay, you're still getting some ad revenue. Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but Twitch hates white women. That's the real tea. I don't know why no one is talking about that. It's because she's the Kevin Hart of Twitch. Yeah. You know, actually, Dan Clancy doomed Sam when he said she was the Kevin Hart of Twitch. And just like Kevin Hart did not host the Oscars because of homophobic tweets, Sam is missing her ad revenue. So, you know, I think people should go look up her old tweets, see if there's a correlation. I'm sure you might find a bunch of old sandwich tweets that's just, I hate gay. I'm Hen. Thank you for the 3 months. People have said this. Dan Clancy for nobody knows why. Yeah. I wonder who Dan would compare me to. If you're the Kevin Hart of Twitch. Do you think Dan listens to our podcast? Sam and I filmed the podcast yesterday. Woo. And also exclamation point podcast. If you're not following the pod, what are you doing? But we were like, who do we think listens to the podcast? Who would be the most random person to be a knower, to be a let me knower? Like, I'm genuinely trying, like, what if like we found out XQC is a huge fan? Who's a closeted knower? Yeah. Joe Biden. We talk about Joe Biden on the episode yesterday. If Dev Patel listened to the podcast, if Dev Patel if he stumbled across it, I don't even care if he listens to it or not. If he just if he even just sees the podcast, that's crazy. I would be like, yeah, Dev Patel is, he listens to my podcast. Tim Pool, after you name dropped him. Yeah, hey, Tim, want to come on the podcast? We can talk about how you're leaving to focus on the family that you don't have. Will Neff does not. No. We actually, okay, Will Neff and Brody, Sam's boyfriend, do not listen to the podcast. Now, I don't listen to Fear and, but I cannot believe Will doesn't listen to the podcast. He only listens when I force him to watch something. I go, what do you think? Yeah. And then Brody tried to pretend that he listened to the podcast, but it was really clear that he does not. Our biggest ops. Yeah. He listens to Wine. Yeah, Sam, what if Brody listens to Wine About It and doesn't listen to our podcast? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You know, I always say this though, I really should listen to Fear and because I'm out here being caught unawares. You know? Like sometimes there are things said on that podcast that I need to issue a statement about. But I don't know cuz I'm not aware until y'all tell me. This week this week it was back to Fear and Malding, the old days of the pod. When they did that podcast for 1 year and Will got a pair of Rothy's. I don't even think he ended up getting them. Imagine if Brody was just a Trish Paytas pod listener. Break up with your boyfriend. That's what I would say. He just got his Rothy's this podcast episode. Yeah, I remember for that whole year, I was like, so I don't get it. Are you guys, like, you just do the podcast for free? I said, because you do this every week. And I thought with podcasts, the idea is you want to make money. Even if it's like $5. But what do I know? What do I know? This is before I got into podcasting. So, while Sam is here, should we show her the Reaper edit? Yeah, here. Sam, you can look at this. What do you think of that? This is your host. This is your co-host. I don't understand shoe collectors. The glue disintegrates like they are temporary objects after a certain time they aren't wearable. Oh, collecting shoes? No, I don't understand it. There's a lot of things I don't get. I didn't know you were chill like that. Yeah, I'm kind of a baller. I'm kind of a baller, y'all. Hans across the water, thank you for the 2 months. So, okay, what other announcements do I have for y'all? I'm not going to OTK game day because everything got fucked up. I was supposed to do football and then baseball. And then I was like, I have too much going on. I can't go to football. But I am going to go to baseball because as you all know, I play on a softball team like once every 4 months. But I guess it's all been screwed up. So I'm not doing that anymore, but I am going to North Carolina this weekend. And when I told Sam about it, she's also going to be in North Carolina this weekend, but she was like, I don't want to hang out in a different state because I see you in the state that we live in. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. But so we're both going to be in North Carolina this weekend, but we will not be hanging out. I am going to North Carolina because Will's parents are celebrating their 50th wedding anniversary. That's a lot of anniversaries. That's a lot of years. You're going there to get away from me, but little did you know that I'm following you to North Carolina. You will never get away from me. I will, whatever state you're in, I'm in. Where you are, I am. I go. I'm everywhere. I'm nowhere and I'm everywhere. So I'm going to go Friday, I think. And like, Oh, okay, wait. So tomorrow, breaks. Getting ahead of myself. Tomorrow, since she's here, we're going dress shopping. Me, Sam, Cutie. The yarn is going dress shopping. Also, Sam, I was on the phone with Cutie today and I asked her if she wanted to do this, but I need to find a wedding dress because I'm getting married. No, I need to find a wedding dress because the theme of Will's parents' 50th anniversary party is wear your old wedding dress. I mean, because everybody going to this party is over the age of 70 and like they have an old wedding dress, literally a wedding dress that is old because they all got married, 4 decades ago. So I don't have an old wedding dress, but I was like, surely we can go to a place like Goodwill. I'm not spending money. Wait, Anonymous has mine? Wait, why does Anonymous have your wedding dress? What? There's no way you don't. Oh, the auction. Oh my God. Wait, Anonymous, you bought Sam's old wedding dress from the Rainforest charity event. Anon is literally a billionaire. You guys, Anon is Elon Musk. Anonymous is Elon Musk's alt. Have you not known this for this long? I don't know if this is something that I knew and went out of my brain or I just didn't know. But to me right now, this is information that's new. It was the Gala for Good. I'm remembering now that you auctioned off your wedding dress. I do remember that. I don't remember that Anonymous was the one who bought it. C-Night, thank you for the 11 months. Okay. So that is that. Sam's divorced. You don't know the divorce arc. She is sandwiched from divorce. Famously divorced. Famously. The most famously divorced person. Yeah. You are not Elon Musk. Well, you saying that makes me not believe you. So tomorrow, okay, we're still in the updates before we get into shit. But tomorrow, dress shopping stream. We are dress shopping for the Streamer Awards. Could you borrow the dress from your mother? I don't think my mom has. Well, first of all, I wouldn't be able to get. I wouldn't be able to get it in time. Second of all, I don't think my mom has her old wedding dress. So I have to go find one. My ass is going to be sleepy. Yeah, because 10:30? She did say to me, though, she's like, I'm saying 10:30 because I know we'll be late. I went, okay, that's true. So tomorrow morning is when we're doing the dress shopping stream. And we're going to be looking for Streamer Awards dresses. And I need to also find a wedding dress. I'm telling Dexera you're buying a wedding dress with no context. Yes, please. Please do. Sam is famous for two things, divorce and skin cancer. That's what they say about her. That is what she... Oh, sandwich? Oh yeah, isn't that the that's the divorced streamer who got skin cancer. Okay, so that's what's happening tomorrow. And then okay, and then I'm not going to OTK game day, and then we are going to North Carolina And then I'll be back. I will be back Monday, and then it's Thanksgiving week. So I don't know what streams are going to look like. So it's going to be kind of not a lot of streams is what I will say for the next week and a half. And then wait, Sam, do you think I can announce the podcast that we're doing? Or am I getting I'm known to leak things. I'm known to be a leaker. But the podcast that we're doing next Saturday, the live podcast. I don't know because I haven't talked to them about it since they asked. Wouldn't it be so funny if they if we actually weren't doing it anymore? That would be hilarious. No, we are. They posted a thing, but they didn't put any of the guests who are doing it. Leak it to lock us in, should I? Okay, I'm gonna leak it. Okay, Sam and I are doing Sad Boys, so it's Let Me Know crossover with Sad Boys, and it's a live show. Sad Boys, which is Jarvis Johnson and Jordan Adika's podcast that Jarvis and I have talked for 2 years about me doing the podcast, and so now it's perfectly lining up. Let me Sad Boys know. Allegedly, but also maybe they hate us. We don't know. But we're doing it. Maybe. Yes, we are. Let the Sad Boys know. Let Sad Boys know. Let me be Sad Boy. Let me be Sad Boy. Anyway, so that's next Saturday. Let me sad. Let me sad. There's a 4 p.m. and a 7 p.m. Would you do both or just one? I think we're doing the 7 because I'm coming back from San Francisco. So we were just to be safe, we're going to do the later show. I'll see you at the live show. Unless Sam and I have been uninvited, in which case, who knows? Who knows? But because I've leaked it, it's locked in. Where the dress has been recently. Oh my God, Sam, this was your wedding dress? Wow. Is that what you looked like in the dress? That's me. Oh. You look great. It's a little long. I probably would have gotten it tailored. Maybe that's why your marriage ended. Dress was too long. Okay. I think I've and then for the podcast, the Patreon will be launching next episode. I think that's what we're planning on. Okay, backpack girl. That, it actually, there were a bunch of people who were like, okay, first merch has to be a backpack. I'm like, that's actually a really great idea. But yes, if you have been dying for more of the podcast, we are going to be launching the Patreon next week. And the first, you have to listen to the podcast episode to find out what the first movie. Sam, I was also thinking that when we get into the swing of award season, I feel like we should probably throw in a couple of the big buzzy films, that everyone's like, whoa, I smell Oscars. And I'm like, do you? Or did it just do well at a festival? And then as it reaches a mainstream audience, they're like, this is ass. Yeah, we are going to go really hard. We're going to go so hard. I guess I can give money since I have a job where I don't do anything. Great. Well, you have a place to spend that cash. spend that cash. I have to show you guys something funny. So, side note. Let me make this a little bit bigger. Miss Denmark won Miss Universe, and apparently it's now legal to be a blonde, blue-eyed white woman again. Let me just say, though, that blonde hair is fake as fuck, okay? Anybody who's like, it's legal to be blonde again. I mean, it's legal to dye your hair blonde. Let's be real. Legally blonde. Yeah. Right. Like, blonde, okay? Just got to start off by pointing that out. Mortificent, thank you for the 9 months. You've officially had a Quantarage baby. Yeah, come on, look at those roots, right? So anyway, there's a lot of like weird eugenics, racist bullshit happening. Transphobes are, of course, being fucking insane, going, oh, finally a biological woman is allowed to be Miss Universe again. Hello, we've had 74 years of cis women winning Miss Universe. That's the craziest thing about transphobes, is that they're just living in, they're living in a universe that no one else is living in. They just be making shit up and then, fighting off of whatever it is that they have made up in their heads. Did you see the one about a guy in ballet? Like, you have to look to find a man in ballet. They're still playing other sports mostly. I must have missed that one. Yeah, so it's crazy. Transphobes stay being fucking insane. I feel bad for Miss Denmark being the center of all these racist, bigoted weirdos. She just exists. These freaks were like, oh, woke is dead. Yeah, it's like, first we had Sydney Sweeney's boobs killing wokeness. And now we have this woman from Miss Denmark who just won Miss Universe, who's now being held up as the poster child of, once again, woke is dead. Woke is dead. So I posted this. And I said, thank God it's legal to be blonde again. Hi, everyone. Carolyn is back because it is legal to be blonde again in this world. That's right. Woke is dead. Woke is dead. And there was someone who commented on this and said, okay, but what's up with the pic on the right? Like, I don't think they know that's me. There was someone who commented on my post, not knowing that is me with blonde hair. And they're like, yeah, but what's up with the pic on the right? And I went, what do you mean? What do you mean what's up with the pic on the right? Is it because I'm blonde and you're not allowed to be blonde? Are you racist against blonde women? It is illegal to be blonde? Because, not anymore. Illegally blonde. What? Like it's hard? What? Like it's hard? Anyway, yeah, it's fucking crazy. Look, Miss Denmark is beautiful. So is every single woman who is in the Miss Universe competition. Every woman who has won Miss Universe for the past 74 years is gorgeous. But of course, there's all these posts like, finally, an objectively beautiful woman, a biological female, is allowed to win. Finally. I'm like, okay, you know what? Hold on. Let's just do something real quick. All the Miss Universe winners. Yeah, because, Miss Universe is known for being ugly. What? Okay, every winner in Miss Universe for the past 74 years. Because here's the thing. Here's what they're really saying. Here's what they're really saying here. They're saying that only blonde-haired, blue-eyed white women are deserving to be Miss Universe. Like, that is the superior skin color, hair color, eye color, etc. I miss when Miss Universe contestants came out as lesbian for each other. Shout out Miss Argentina, Miss Puerto Rico. Can't have that anymore, okay? Because woke is dead. Okay, so let's just take a look at some of the previous Miss Universe winners. Wow. Nicaragua. Yep, that woman's not fucking beautiful. Yeah, okay. 2022, United States Miss Universe. Yep, so gross. 2021 from India. Ah, get it out of my face. Come on. Miss Universe Mexico. Sheesh. I have never seen someone more unattractive. Miss Universe South Africa. Oh, God. When is a beautiful woman going to win Miss Universe? Like, what are we doing? God, how do you live like this? Oh my God. Donald Trump Jr. tweeted about it. He was like, a biological woman. It's like, you should not be around any woman, okay? Your wife fucking hates you. Yeah, I mean, what? Oh yeah, I forgot Olivia Culpo won. Anyway, you get the picture. You get the point here. You get the point that it wasn't until 2024 that finally a beautiful woman has won the Miss Universe title. There was also I've just seen so many weird posts like, oh, for the first time in 20 years, a blonde woman has won. As if blonde women are uniquely oppressed in this world. Like, wow, everybody ring the bells. You know, it's like when Halle Berry was the first woman of color to win Best Actress, and then 21 years later, Michelle Yeoh became the second, and that was a big deal, right? It's like, okay, wow, now we have two actresses of color have won Best Actress at the Oscars, but they're trying to do the same thing now where they're like, it's been 20 years since a blonde woman won Miss Universe. Today is a good day. Yes, it is Blonde Woman Awareness Month. It is Blonde Woman Awareness Month. And I just need to point out again that blonde hair is not natural, okay? That is dyed blonde hair. I don't give a shit, but it is very funny to be like, blonde, like it's a natural, like it's like a genetic thing, you know? and that blonde people are oppressed. Okay, here's the ballet post. Let me see. Men are still playing soccer and karate, but you looked for one doing classical ballet. Oh, wait, I think I did see this. I miss days when men played soccer and karate. I miss when men played karate. Why aren't the men playing karate? Soccer and karate. That sounds like it'd be a line from Dayman. Oh, fighter of the night, man. Oh, champion of the sun. He's the master of karate and friendship for everyone.
That's it. E. Side. Fermé.
Fermé?
Side, thank you very much.
Fermé? What I have to say, and I'm not trying to be weird, but like, very impressive. Very impressive that he's wearing that tight of tights and managed to... I'm not going to finish that sentence, but that's a pro move. That's a pro move. Nonstop Otter Pop, thank you for the 26 months. Blonde Lives Matter. Yeah, I miss days when men played soccer and karate as well, you know, because ballet is something that's new and was created because of woke. Woke created ballet. There are no men playing soccer and karate anymore. It does not exist. All men are doing the gay little dance. They are just doing the gay little dance. This is literally one of the character points of one of the kids in Recess, the cartoon. They all want to do that. He wants to do ballet without being bullied. This is also this is also like Billy Elliot. Oh shit, I just almost ended my stream. No, all stream recordings will be shut down. Are you sure you wish to exit? No. Oh no. Stop it. Stop. You just don't understand. This is the problem with the woke mind virus spreading, and Kumbala and the demon rats were trying to push this. I'm glad God Emperor Trump will be putting an end to this. This is a joke. Don't ban me. Well, it's not a joke because it's true. It's true. Yeah, who we rating? Who are we rating? Who should we raid? We're 51 minutes into the stream. Who are we rating? Okay, Ashley, I will click on your Twilight TikTok. What is Twilight TikTok? Why did I just say Twilight? Why is Twilight on my mind? Okay, wait. What is this? What is the context for this? What is are those the Twin Towers? Is that Taylor Swift? Bro, what the fuck is this? What is this? What is this? There's no way that this was the actual footage. There's no way. This must have been added in post. This must have been. Look what you made me do. Did Taylor Swift do 9/11? Y'all, Taylor Swift did 9/11. Was she alive? Bro, I was alive. Bro. Taylor Swift is older than me. She was old enough to do 9/11. Absolutely. Yeah. She was at least 11, which is old enough. Okay, let's talk about let's get into this so she didn't turn 12 until December. The point still stands. The point still stands. She was old enough to do 9/11. And, you know, that's one of those like Taylor Swift Easter eggs that Swifties love, right? 11, 9/11. Like, I'm sure there's something in there. I'm sure that a Swiftie could write an entire dissertation taking clues from Taylor's songs that prove that she did 9/11. There's got to be ample Easter eggs. You know, she loves numbers. Someone, yeah. Swifties, look into it. Get into it. Look into it. Okay. Not going to read through the whole piece. It is long, but it is a good one. It's by Nathan Grayson of The Aftermath. I will link the piece for you here. Please go subscribe to The Aftermath. Please go support journalists like Nathan Grayson. I just wanted to look at a couple things here. Yeah, the article is making the rounds. Yep. Indeed. Okay, so this is a piece that talks about how, you know, everybody's a lot of liberals are like, we need a liberal Joe Rogan, and it gets into the leftist streamers and, you know, just stuff we've been talking about, right? Well, a lot of stuff we've been talking about. I talked about this with Taylor Lorenz. There are a lot of pieces out there that are talking about what this piece does, but I think that this one is unique in that Nathan really understands the streaming space, and he also talked to leftist streamers, right? He is friends with a number of us and reached out, was like, hey, I'm writing a piece on this whole idea of having a liberal Joe Rogan and why that's not, you know, it's just stupid. It's a stupid idea. And like talking about what exists currently in the streaming space, yada yada. So I talked to Nathan for like an hour and a half about this. Let me just look at a couple of the quotes in here. Hassan Hassanabi Piker, the internet's most visible leftist content creator, has been beating a similar drum for the past couple weeks. This is a cynical right-wing framing instead of accurately addressing the real problems that the Dem Party has. This is the only thing your parents are watching. Remember that. The only thing your parents are watching is this kind of dumb, nonsensical bullshit that deflects the actual responsibility away and just looks at the problem and says, you know what it is? We just didn't do more of the thing that actually made people annoyed with us. Yeah. Your parents are watching MSNBC. They're listening to Morning Joe, and they are repeating exactly what those bozos are saying. Okay, so here's me, Caroline Quad. That's me. And I was talking about the appeal of people like Joe Rogan and how Joe Rogan is different from someone like Ben Shapiro, because Joe's success in podcasting was not due to his being ideologically right-wing. Like, he didn't grow his success because he was a political podcaster and because he was a right-wing political podcaster. And instead, his success is separate from the extension of the commentators and podcasters, YouTubers, etc., who are really an extension of the Republican Party. Those are the people like Ben Shapiro, who receive a lot of that infrastructure that already exists to support the Republican Party, and that's who's funding companies like Daily Wire, etc. So what I said was, Joe Rogan is not a Ben Shapiro. He's not Charlie Kirk. How am I described? A leftist Twitch streamer who covers pop culture. He's not Charlie Kirk. You can say he's part of this manosphere the Republican Party has been courting in its election outreach, but Rogan did not come into his success as a podcaster because he was talking about politics or because he was explicitly a conservative. Yes, he endorsed Trump, and yes, he certainly expresses opinions and beliefs that are very right-wing in nature, and I will say Joe has gone more to the right in the political opinions that he has expressed, But never forget, 4 years ago, he did endorse Bernie Sanders. And there are things about Rogan that's not ideologically consistent with these other right-wing commentators. You know, he's obviously very anti-vax because he's into conspiracy theories. That's like a big part of the Joe Rogan experience. But then on the other hand, he is, I mean, maybe this has changed, but he has expressed his belief in climate change. He is, you know, he's down to have conversations with people on all sides of the political, you know, ideological sphere. And most importantly, what Rogan has done is, you know, he's not created, but been a force in this culture that a lot of people are drawn to because it's not ideologically specific. So a lot of people who listen to Joe Rogan are on a spectrum of politics. You have Democrats who listen to, you know, people who would identify as liberal who listen to Joe Rogan. You have people who identify as conservative who listen to Joe Rogan. And then you have people, a lot of people who are like, I am politically unidentified. I do not specifically identify with one side or the other. Yep, Joe not being seen as super political is what earns people's trust. He shares the distrust in the government and media most people feel. Right. And it's why he's amassed such a huge audience and has had, you know, has been sought after by Republican, you know, by the Republican Party because of that huge audience he has that is tangential but separate from the right-wing sphere of commentators and, you know, non-traditional news people. They are drawn to the culture that Rogan is part of, that he has created in talking about working out, talking about space, talking about being anti-establishment, expressing distrust of authority. Yes. And one thing I've noticed is that what all of these people have in common is that they are, well, supposedly anti-authority. They are anti-establishment. And it's why Donald Trump was primed to come into those spaces, because he's the anti-establishment guy. So you've got an audience that is already like, yeah, we don't trust the man. We don't trust the people in power. We don't trust the establishment. We don't trust the Democratic Party. And that's why we're drawn to this culture that Rogan inhabits and that Donald Trump comes into. And he's like, I hear you. And guess what? I'm with you on that. So his podcasts are super different than what they used to be. No, I agree. As I said, I do think Rogan has shifted way more to the right than he was previously, but it's still what the culture of Joe Rogan, Theo Von, Lex Friedman, it's still people who are drawn into that culture versus being there specifically for a conservative right-wing ideology. Raziel, thank you for the 9 months. You know, and the other thing is that if you listen to those guys do interviews, they're not good. I mean, they're not great interviewers, but they're doing it in a way where they don't, where they're coming across as like not biased per se. I don't know how to explain this, but see, these guys will have anybody on, right? They'll have Bernie Sanders, they'll have Marianne Williamson, they'll have Donald Trump, they'll have whoever, as long as it makes for an interesting conversation. And when it comes to politics, you know, they're not getting into the nitty gritty of things, and they're not trying to like force their beliefs on anyone. Yes. So they portray themselves as apolitical in these interviews that are politically focused, even though it's clear that a lot of these guys have right-wing beliefs. But to their audience, again, they trust them. They trust them for these reasons that we're talking about here. You know, it's like, oh, I trust that person over somebody who I think has a political agenda, who I think is trying to force that political agenda. They don't go there for the politics, but they do leave with them. Yeah, I mean, they are incredibly influential, but it's 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 I think basically what I'm trying to describe here is how there is a separation, though, between people who are drawn in for the culture that Joe Rogan has cultivated versus like going and just listening to to Daily Wire or any of those fuckos, just the ones who cover news every day from an explicitly right-wing ideological POV. It's a gate, yeah. I mean, but it's, Joe is a gateway to then finding to finding and listening to all that. Just take me back to Fear Factor. Just take me back to Fear Factor. What else did I say in this? Still, as Quan sees it, there are clear fissures in a right-wing media landscape that people on the outside looking in might be tempted to view as homogenous. You have the right-wing sphere of commentators and pundits like Ben Shapiro. Those guys are funded by right-wing mega donors and corporations, the same that would be funding a Fox News. They're explicitly ideological in their conservative politics, and they are news, but in a non-traditional format. They're podcasting. They're on YouTube. Then you have the group of, for example, Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan, Theo Vaughn, where they're not explicitly and totally political. It's something where they're having conversations with a wide range of people, from conspiracy theorists to Marianne Williamson, who I would also throw in the conspiracy theorist group, to Donald Trump, to just some random dude off the street. It's an online culture of talking about anything and everything versus being an extension of a political party. And it's also, this is where these guys are role models for the people who listen to them. They don't just want to listen to what they have to say. They want to aspire to be them. And that's why working out, fitness is such a big part of the manosphere, because it's aspirational, right? It's we're dudes and it's awesome being a dude, and we're gonna like appeal to people who want people have been led to believe that the left is preaching weakness, that like the left doesn't work out. Here's the difference between the right and the left. The left doesn't work out and the right does work out. The left says no thanks to the gym. Not to mention, a lot of people don't see other people's issues as politics. They see it as common sense instead, and can easily dismiss and look down on those groups, like trans people, for example. Yeah. So, there's a spectrum of people who listen to someone like Joe Rogan. There's people who go, oh yeah, well, I don't agree with this thing, but I think he's really cool in this regard. I was listening to this interview where they were talking to young boys who love Andrew Tate. And a couple of these guys, young boys were like, yeah, I mean, I'm not totally, I don't agree with the misogyny and the sexism. He's really, he says some really mean things, but I really like that he's a cool guy who works out, and I want to be him, and he's rich. You know, he knows his stuff about business, and that's what I aspire to be. Right? Like, that's the brand. They're like, "Okay, I'm not agreeing with all of this stuff, but overall what the vibe is, what the aesthetic is here, that's what I'm looking for. That's what I want to be a part of. I want to be I want to be fit. I want to be proud of being a man. I want to be rich, you know? I want to be a business person." Have you seen the tweet where Sebastian Stan said no publicist wanted their actor to be paired with him on Actors because due to his role in The Apprentice? No, I didn't see that. Okay. And then I also talked about... That's not to say that all Democratic politicians staunchly stick to the path of least resistance. AOC has collaborated with Piker, who criticizes the Democratic establishment nearly as much as he goes after Republicans at various points. First in 2020 to the tune of hundreds of thousands of viewers and a handful of times since. Piker, on his face, appears to be a pure political commentator, more similar in focus, if not ideological bent, to Ben Shapiro or Charlie Kirk than Joe Rogan. But that, say other leftist content creators, is a fundamental misunderstanding of his appeal. He's charismatic, good-looking, and he has all the nerd interests that Twitch viewers like, said Bayer, which is Michael from Pennsylvania. That's his name. Bayer. I always have a moment of, huh? When I find out someone's name. Like, I finally figured out Sam's name, and by figured out, I had to ask her for her government name. And she told me, I was like, this feels like a moment. It's not, I know, spoiler, Sam's last name is not Witch. It is not Witch. Nope, it's not. It's Box. Sam Box. That doesn't work. Said Bayer, he's a cross-platform star. He has friendships with people who are not political. He's somebody who can span the whole area of Twitch, from gaming to IRL to activities to obviously commentary. Hassan, with his himbo aesthetic and working out and all that, is very appealing to a lot of young viewers. A lot of young men who've said, yeah, I once upon a time was falling down the alt-right pipeline, and then I found Hassan, said Kwan, and now I'm here. And obviously, I'm not forgetting about the women, of course. But I think the point of it is that with Twitch, you know, Hassan is the biggest leftist streamer by far. And a big part of that growth and the appeal comes from offering something that is vastly different from other news sources, even leftist news sources, you know? And that's kind of I think a result of this being on Twitch, because Twitch requires, how do I explain this? Twitch is like not a serious platform. Do you know what I mean? By that I mean you can act on Twitch in a way, the expectations for Twitch are very different than it would be if you were to be delivering news elsewhere. If that makes sense. Like, I feel as if viewers on Twitch, no matter what your content is, they are here for they're here for kind of the slop of it all. Like the very Twitch aspects, the very like live streaming aspects. So whatever it is that you're doing, even when you cover something like politics, it's it's just a different environment, right? With all of like the Twitch specific lingo and the entertainment factor, the interactiveness. Yeah. The like emotes. You know? Like, what I will say is I have acted on this platform in ways that before I started streaming, I thought, no way ever would I say and do things that I have said and done on Twitch, or like in the way that I've said things. Yeah. So, okay. Okay, cool. Pikers demonstrate a willingness to engage in lengthy conversation with right-leaning big-name friends. For example, Asmongold and FaZe Banks. Friends? Question mark. The latter of whom recently endorsed Trump, that are Rogan-like in vibe, but the polar opposite in terms of Piker's response to his collaborators' ravings. While things do, okay, I would say co-workers. While things do occasionally get heated, for the most part, he listens to what they have to say and draws on a deep well of knowledge to gently push back while avoiding the argumentative fever pitch of a debate. This is the kind of thing Denims, another leftist political streamer, thinks the left needs more of. I think condescension is a problem that exists on the left. Yeah. I think everybody who's on the left has known that it's a problem for the longest time. It's very hard to have positions that are left-leaning and then educate on why they are the better positions to have without coming off like you're talking down to someone. The common sense position on immigration would be, oh, just close all our borders. But the reality is that's not what's going to fix the problem, because that's not what the problem is. So you have to explain what the problem is, the solution to it, and you have to do it all without being a condescending asshole. Right. Because there's the double challenge, okay? There's the double challenge that you have to push back on misinformation. You have to push back on, you know, really damaging, harmful views. So for instance, if you are Bernie Sanders, if you are a leftist going on a platform like Joe Rogan's, you have two jobs. One, you have to dismantle, you have to push back on the harmful views that a Joe Rogan espouses, and then you have to offer the alternative to it. You have to offer the truth. And that's two challenges versus just saying whatever the fuck you want to say, you know? So it's what Denims is saying. You have to explain what the problem is, and then you have to explain what the actual solution is. You have to explain what the truth is, and you have to do it all with a ton of patience. You have to be so, like, you know, you're not going to win anybody over by being dismissive and by not not having the patience of a fucking saint to do both of these things. Yeah, and you don't want to come across as lecturing, and especially in these online spaces, you need to seem cool also while doing this. You have to be like, yeah, it's actually really cool to believe in XYZ. And like, look at what, you have to give off those vibes of, hey, this is actually these are actually opinions that are really great to have. And those of us who are over here espousing these beliefs, we're not losers. We're not, we're not soy, weak, condescending, elitist assholes. Haru Ariko, thank you for the prime. I try to be patient, but the Lord tests me. And look, I always say that when you are a member of a marginalized group that is getting attacked over and over again, I don't put that expectation on you. I don't put that expectation that you have to do the emotional labor every single day when your very existence is being attacked constantly. But for someone like me who this is part of the job. This is what I have undertaken, being a streamer, building a community, having a platform where this is, you know, a lot of what I do here. I do have a responsibility to not just be losing my shit all the time. And especially when I'm speaking on behalf of a marginalized group, where I'm trying to advocate for them and I am trying to do that emotional labor to, you know, to push back on really insidious, hateful beliefs. And I do feel like I have a responsibility to be as good of a representative who's not actually a member of that group, and to be a voice for that community. You know, and I think this especially applies when you are advocating for Palestinian lives, when you're advocating for Palestine. As a non-Palestinian, I have a responsibility to like not I have to be so thoughtful and careful and smart in the way that I do my advocacy. These characteristics, in addition to being in the right place at the right time years ago, have allowed Piker to grow beyond Twitch's relatively narrow confines. In that regard, at least among leftist streamers, he stands alone. While the right counts among its ranks a whole cinematic universe of Crowder-sized politics yappers and has managed to lure over ostensibly apolitical figures like Rogan and Ross, the left boasts just one Piker. Hello, are we erasing the better Piker? Are we erasing my favorite Piker, who is Murat? I love Murat. Murat and I go way back. We go way back. Excuse me, I should say the better Piker brother. My favorite Piker is Kaya. But the better Piker brothers is Murat. Okay, where was I? Other leftist streamers, of which there's a growing faction, are vastly smaller. On a good day, Bayer is, as he puts it, between 10 and 25% of Hassan in terms of viewership. Quan, who is friends with Piker, no, I'm his number one op, voiced concern about being perceived as a Hassan waiting room, which is understandable given how many streamers go live early in the day and tend to wrap up just before Piker tends to log on in the afternoon. They are effectively feeding off his viewership, something Quan wants to avoid for fear of cultivating community that can't grow on its own terms. That just trades the same viewers back and forth ad infinitum. My question is, are those Hassan viewers, will they drop you as soon as Hassan goes live? Because Hassan is their guy. Okay, I want to expand upon this. So I've talked about this before. When I started streaming, I had two challenges. One is that I date Will Neff. Will's the reason I started streaming. That was going to be my closest association. And I decided I was going to stream at night. Hassan is my Caroline Kwan waiting room. Yep, there we go. So I wanted to stream at night because I'm just a night owl, and Will streams at night. And I thought, you know, this will be a good way for me to grow as organically as I can if I'm streaming the same time as Will. Again, I'm not saying that in my brain, like what goes through my brain is what the correct answer is when it comes to like streaming, when it comes to trying to do what I think is the best for my career on Twitch. But anyway, I'm your Quan waiting room. Michael from Pennsylvania, I can't believe that I found out what your government name is. I was saying earlier, I feel weird. I always feel weird when just for a moment where I'm like, wait, who's that? Who is that? That's a fake person. Mike from Pa. Anyway, okay, so I had two challenges. The first was Will Neff. And, you know, I had an, initial leg up because of Will. But I don't want to just be Will Neff 2.0. You know, I have similarities with Will. This is why we started dating in the first place. But I didn't want to just be a shadow to Will. Second challenge was, okay, I am a leftist. I will be talking about, I will be espousing my leftist beliefs. From the beginning, I was like, I do want to focus on pop culture. I want to, carve out a space for myself that really connects pop culture and politics, and the way that I approach film and the way that I approach all things pop culture is through my leftist political lens. Okay. Oh, perfect timing. Okay, perfect timing. Wonderful, wonderful. Great. This is just what I was talking about. Okay, so actually, let me grab a tad more water. A little parched. Loved your insights on this article. Thank you so much. All right. So what I was just talking about was this part of Nathan's article. It's a great article. Please go support Aftermath. Go support independent journalists like Nathan Grayson, please. So this part here where I'm talking about the challenge in the challenge one that every streamer deals with when you are, when you started after other streamers who you're associated with that are really big streamers on the platform. So this is not something that's unique to politics streamers. This is a thing that, like, if you're in Austin, if you're one of the Austin streamers, they have to navigate this as well. If you are in OTV, whatever. So whoever's in your orbit, okay, whoever you're associated with, there is the challenge in growing your community organically while also being closely associated with bigger streamers. Now, when it comes to politics, obviously, when you think of politics on Twitch, first name that comes to mind is Hassan. He's been doing this a very, very long time. He's not only the biggest political streamer, he's one of the biggest streamers in the world. So when I started streaming, I already explained challenge number one was I have Will Neff, and I was like, okay, I don't want to just, I don't want to be like a diet Will Neff. I want to talk about things that I know Will also talks about, but be very clear in my approach to something like film, for instance. Challenge number two was I'm a leftist and I espouse my leftist beliefs on my stream, and I am friends with Hassan. And so I remember when Will started streaming, Hassan was very intentional about trying to be separate, trying to have Will separate from him. So he didn't raid him a lot. He didn't host him a lot. And that was because he wanted Will to grow his own audience and not get caught in oh, Will's audience is only, run off from Hassan's. And now all these years later, Will's an amazing streamer. He's a unique individual. He also does very different content. So that was intentionally done when Will started streaming. So when I started streaming, it was a similar thing where I'm like, okay, on the one hand, it's good to have an audience that I know is friendly to me because they watch my friend who is, as he's the socialist on Twitch. But on the other hand, it was like, okay, this is still, though, the challenge in growing my community separately. So separate from the two people who, when I started streaming, I would be most closely connected to. And the thing I've been thinking about a lot recently is with all this conversation about how do we grow the leftist online sphere, right? Not this whole, oh, we need a liberal Joe Rogan, but how do leftists grow, with the challenges that we face in these online spaces. And I feel like I am different from other political streamers because I don't just do politics, if that makes sense. Like, I really try and do a variety of things because, one, that's how I'll keep my sanity and and be able to exist in this career, hopefully long term. And two, because my thinking is like, if I can cross over into non-political communities, if like, oh, somebody comes in because they love film, they love our film class nights, or someone comes in because they find my chaotic cooking stream, they're like, oh, this is really funny, or this is very entertaining, who is this? I'm gonna check this person out. And it's not like tricking people into being leftist, but it's just a different way of trying to approach it's trying to different way of trying to approach growing my leftist community, growing my community that's got a lot of leftists in it, and hopefully appealing and reaching people who otherwise would not be interested in politics streams. You tricked me into being a leftist. I'm mostly on Twitch for Hassan, but I expect very different things from you when I tune in, not just diet. Hassan, the Sunday dinner and movies is what introduced me to you. Yeah, and to be clear, this is not me being like, I can't believe that there are people who wait until Hassan is done to come watch my stream, or I can't believe that when another political streamer is live, they leave to go watch Hassan. That's not what I'm saying here. It's is it okay to be right wing in here? Are you about to say some hateful shit? Are you gonna shit on trans people? Are you going to shit on immigrants? Like, what do you mean by being right wing in here? Are you gonna be an asshole? Because I'm pretty sure it's still listed on my channel page. It was the first rule I wrote, is that you can't be an asshole. You cannot be an asshole. Okay? What keeps me coming back here compared to other leftist streamers, I feel you're the adult in the room. Well, I don't want to lift myself up by throwing my other leftist streamers under the bus. What I'm trying to say is that I think everybody has their own approach to doing leftist politics on this platform. And for me, I felt like I was in a unique position just because I am closely associated with Will and Hassan, but I share similarities with them, but am also different. Like, I am me. I have my experience. I have my history. I'm also not a man, even though I have been transvestigated. I'm a woman, and I am anyway, so there's so Okay. I'm just me. I don't know. I'm Demi Lovato in Camp Rock. This is real. This is me. I'm exactly who I'm supposed to be. So, I'm just a girl. Anyway, you know what I'm saying. You know what I'm talking about. So. I'm looking at this as like, how do we grow leftist influence in these online spaces that are very dominated by content creators and their opinions that are the polar opposite, you know? Because to me, and this is why I'm a leftist, what we advocate for and what we're looking to cultivate in communities that have, that have lots of people who are either leftists or, not even necessarily politically or ideologically defined, but they don't want to be a part of communities that are toxic, that are espousing hatred, that are, saying really awful things about marginalized communities, about, people who are part of these communities and are watching Twitch, and they're looking for spaces where they feel welcomed and they feel advocated for, and most importantly that it's like, and I think I said this down here. I'll just quote myself. Ew, oh gosh, this is long but great. Okay, I said I don't know what my future is going to look like, but I really like that I cover pop culture. I'm a leftist. I try to fuse the two, teach people, entertain people, but above all, create a community that's a positive one, not one where we're disseminating hateful views that are further marginalizing already marginalized people. And yeah, so I'm, the other thing is like, I'm aware, and I've talked about this before, that there are a lot of people who do not like Hassan. Hassan is a polarizing figure, right? He has an enormous community, and he has a lot of people who deeply love him and his content and are, they'll ride at dawn for him. But there's also a lot of people who, even if they've never watched 1 second of his content, go, oh, Hassan Piker, fuck that guy. And like, being, if it's anybody else who's a leftist political streamer, I associate with Hassan, and so fuck those people too. So it's like, okay, I think one thing Hassan and I have in common is that we are in spaces, we, do collaborations, we have streamer friends who do not do politics. So we are being exposed to those audiences, and I look at it as like, okay, I am very different from I think I'm pretty different from Hassan in the way that I do my content, and there might be there might be opportunity for people to come into a community like mine if they see me as an individual who stands apart from what they look at as like, oh, politics on Twitch. So again, to be clear, the way that I'm describing what my approach is and how I, what I'm thinking of for someone like me, for me in this space, I'm not saying that it's like objectively correct. I don't know. Who knows? And I'm also not, I'm not throwing other leftist streamers under the bus being like, you guys are doing it wrong. No, I support anybody on here, of course. I support anybody on here who is fighting the good fight, right? Who is trying to trying to do leftist content in a space that it is not easy to it's not, it's not the easiest type of content to do. I think it's just looking at, okay, how do we separate ourselves from Hassan so that we grow in a way that's not just taking from Hassan's viewers, which is, just passing viewers back and forth and not continuing to expand into the Twitch space. How do you capture an untapped audience? Yeah. This is something that I talked to Wake about. Wake and I have had these conversations because Wake is, Wake's a leftist. He doesn't really do politics. I think he used to do more politics and then kind of was going through his own. Yeah, Woke Wilder. Wake is Woke Wilder. He kind of was going just through his own tumult of. It was a tumultuous time trying to decide like who he is on this platform and like what's going to serve him best. But even just Wake being, Wake is way more so than me in a space that is more hostile to politics, and Wake is kind of, he's pretty singular in the Austin sphere. So I think like him and the way that he tries to basically draw people in by not being labeled as a politics streamer and then hit them with a big truth, drop some based Woke Wilder truths and having a bigger impact that way. I think the answer is more collabs with streamers outside the politics niche. That's what Hassan does well, interacting with normies and showing them that he's really chill. Yeah, and for a minute there, I was kind of, I wasn't really doing collabs because I was scared of these communities that can be quite hostile to somebody who, has advocated for Palestinian liberty. But now I'm like, okay, I'm back. I'm back. I think doing collabs, even if it's like 2 people who end up coming over to this community and checking out streams every once in a while. And I think because I do politics the way that I do them, there's potential to bring in people and be a positive influence in a way that wouldn't necessarily exist if I didn't do politics the way I do. Do you think there's value in dropping labels like leftist, socialist, etc., instead just focusing on policy, critique, solutions? I mean, the other day we decided that I am an empath, humanist, W thinker. That's what I am. Dropping labels. I think really the better approach is going, here's what's at the core of my beliefs. Okay. So I just kind of do a blanketed, I'm a leftist, right? And at my core, it's because I am a humanist. Like, I advocate for humanity. A leftist, you're right, is already dropping labels. It's very broad. So it's why it's why I and a lot of others, I think, will just use the general leftist term. But I think you explain to people, you really simplify it. And it's like, this is why I advocate for these things, because I do not believe that you should go through life and suffer. Like, you should, suffer for lack of healthcare. You should suffer for lack of housing. That you should, in one of the richest nations in the world, you should have to be wondering where your next meal is coming from. No, I don't believe in that. Like, I advocate for I advocate for humanity to have what I believe are fundamental human rights. And I think, like, I don't know. Again, I don't know if the way that I do things is the absolute best way of doing things. But I do feel like I can appeal to people if I, instead of getting into, like things that might be more complicated to understand, if I just start, wearing them down with like, okay, let's talk about these policies. If you just first and foremost explain that I am, this is what I believe in. Like, if you give a general overview on why I advocate for what I advocate for. And, I say a lot. I think when you are a person with morals, when you have values, then that will inform your beliefs. And I am somebody who believes truly in helping our fellow human beings, in making sure that people are afforded these things that they need. That we are not out here with individualistic mindsets. And I do not believe in you get yours, I'll get mine, and everyone be damned. That, like, we should not be helping one another. Empath, humanist, W thinker. And I think this is the best way for me to explain it is, like, 8 years ago when Hillary lost, I looked at this from a perspective of everyone who voted for Donald Trump is a stupid, bad person who voted for him because they're racist, because they hate women, because, all of these like identity reasons. And 8 years later, going, yeah, okay, not every single person who voted for Donald Trump did so because they hate women, because they are racist, and that's why they wanted to vote for the guy who spouses racism all over the place. and instead looking at it from like a materialist POV of, understanding that we have to address people's material conditions, that we have to be honest and empathetic towards those, towards all of these people. And I understand that not everybody voted for Trump who is, not everybody who is hurting, who is struggling to afford housing and healthcare, like then turned around and voted for Donald Trump. But a lot of people did. And, at the end of the day, it's like, as a leftist, you have to be consistent in your advocacy. You have to be consistent. Like, if you believe that healthcare is a human right, then you're advocating for everybody to have healthcare. This is not nope, you voted for this person who's a piece of shit, then you don't deserve healthcare. You don't deserve any of these things. Like, that's not how it works. It's not, my beliefs are contingent on people voting for who I think is the better candidate. All right, let me see if there's anything else in this that I wanted to touch on. It's not all doom and gloom. While leftist content creators face an uphill battle no matter which platform they're on, there's a clear opportunity to build formats that are new, different, and perhaps better, removed from both party line towing traditional media and alt media's endlessly spurting slop fire hose. A lot of what's considered to be quality work coming out of the left is enjoyable because it's what people like Joe Rogan are not: tightly scripted, well-researched, and unambiguous in conclusions, said Sarah Z. I don't think that's a bad thing, but I also don't think we should be considering de-radicalization as a primary goal, because artful treatment of the news and broader culture is important, but it's going to influence and create culture with a very different timescale and potential for spread than the reactionary stuff. Ooh. She went on to draw a parallel to the recent election. Democrats spent much of their time reaching for the center and tailoring their message to largely imaginary, disaffected Republicans. In the end, hardly anybody on the right or left was excited by what they were saying. Despite demand for an alt media ecosystem, content creators needn't fall into the same trap, especially when, at the end of the day, it's on politicians to offer people change worth mobilizing around, and not on content creators to prop up dud policies. I don't think our goal should be explicitly to attract right-wing audiences, Sarah Z said. And of course, that doesn't mean there's no space for people who don't already agree with us. But as far as I can tell with the recent election, conservative voters tend to vote conservative. I think this focus on creating a media ecosystem that brings in outsiders is less impactful than making work that energizes and educates those who are already willing to listen. I think to strive for conversion as a primary goal is to intentionally create work that's less than substantive. And I think she's right there. And me talking about doing collabs and appealing to people who might not be on Twitch for political purposes. I think it's important to clarify that it's not good to spend all of your energy trying to convert a handful of people who are not open to this, right? Who are going to be antagonistic no matter what you do. It's why, as far as being patient, as far as educating people and, trying to be patient in doing so, you have to understand when you're just wasting your time too, and when it's when there's not value to it. So I think, people who are willing to listen, one thing I'm looking at are people who are drawn to the, content creators that are not explicitly political. Now, they espouse political beliefs, and it's not something where they are never political, but it's the culture that said content creators a part of that's drawn people in and is then making it more likely that they are that they will be influenced in a good way. And I'm not talking about people like Rogan. I'm talking about people like Will Neff. I'm talking about people like Wake. I'm talking about people who they have the space that they've created draws in people who would not go to a Hassan Piker stream. But then, Will and Wake have moments where they drop a beautiful bit of wisdom, or, it's clear that they are people who might not espouse leftist politics, but who they are as people, who their morals are, what morals they have, what their values are, and what they believe in lines up with leftist politics. You need to choose when to spend your energy on people wisely. Some aren't worth the effort. Yeah, totally. And this is also Twitch where entertainment is first and foremost what people are seeking. Not everybody, but like most people on this platform are looking for something that's going to entertain them. My 4-year-old just asked, "Who is that on your laptop?" I said, "It's Caroline Kwan." She said, "I love her, Mommy." I do hope. I want to so believe that's true, and it's not one of those. My 4-year-old just said Ruth Kwanda forever. Because your 4-year-old is actually real. And hi to your 4-year-old. And thank you for being a fan. That would be pretty freaking funny. No swear words because 4-year-olds are listening. That would be pretty freaking funny though. If it was a Ruth Kwanda moment. Doing non-political collabs is how I got here. My own YouTube pipeline was Hassan Clips, Hassan Uploads, Fear Ann, Cutie You, and Cutie Collabs. It was great discovering a female leftist political commentator. Much love from Canada. Well, I am Canadian at heart. My headcanon is... yeah. Often, content creators and streamers that call themselves apolitical and lean to the left are scared of talking politics, while those that lean to the right don't hesitate to share their thoughts. Totally. Yeah. Yeah. And that is... that's one of the challenges here, is that you have on the left streamers who are labeled as political streamers, right? They do politics. They are explicitly leftists. But then on the right, you have our counterparts, but then you also just have these massive content creators who are apolitical, who don't do politics, and yet what opinions they express are very right-leaning in nature. And so, I am not somebody who it's like, okay, well, if I want to get to 30K concurrent viewers, then what am I, what's my plan here? I'm not going to be that size of a streamer, and that's okay, because I a while back I do not want to be climbing the top of the Twitch pile every single day. I do not want to be, there's two ways that you can approach streaming. You either do what you want to fucking do. Sorry, Sasha. You either do what you want to freaking do, and you are happy with the size that you are at. And sure, growth is nice, but you are not every day dedicating yourself to biggering and bettering. Or the other option is that you are in the business of biggering and bettering. You are like, okay, How do I get to the top? What do I need to do every day to be making my way up there? And I don't want to do that. She had a big smile when you said that. I don't want to be doing that. And so I do feel as if it's, you know, maybe a little easier. It's a little easier for me knowing that I am not trying to climb to the top of the Twitch pile. But I also recognize that it will be easier and it will be more effective having bigger streamers in online spaces who are leftist, whether they every so often when they drop an opinion or, you know, have to push back on toxicity in their communities, you know, come across as like, oh, okay, this person's a leftist, or because they're explicitly doing leftist political content. The thing I hate about so many of these apolitical creators who happen to toss off right-wing opinions all the time is that it creates this perception that these opinions, values, etc. are just common sense and apolitical, which makes a basic right-wing perspective seem like the default, and everything and anything else is political. Yeah, it is easier to be right-wing. As I said, you get to give your opinions, and you don't have to do the work that you have to do on the left, which is step 1, push back on those opinions and unnormalize them, and then 2, offer what is the, you know, what is the leftist perspective. If you want to know a streamer's politics, figure out what they've said in the past about a video game where you can choose your pronouns. Yeah. Yeah, so it is tough. It is tough because you have so many guys out there who are supposedly apolitical, who don't do politics, but are very right-wing in the opinions that they express when it comes to the trans community, when it comes to, you know, like these are people who will use the words DEI and woke in a way that is, it's the exact way that they use it on Fox News, you know, the exact way that the Steven Crowders and Shapiros, etc. use those terms. And those guys get to say that they're apolitical and that they're not pushing a political agenda. And so, yeah, that does seem to then be the default position. And somebody coming in to be like, actually, this is why this is wrong. And here's the facts. You to look like then you're pushing a political agenda. And that is because you have to do those two things. It's more challenging. That is not the default position. Jacob Geller hopes he can at least provide a persuasive alternative to what's out there, something that sticks in people's minds long enough to maybe change them. I don't think that the right provides a very interesting way to critically analyze or take apart art, and so I'm kind of hoping that it's almost implicit in my approach. He said, what I would love to happen is somebody is stumbling across YouTube, they see one of my videos, watch it, and it's considered enough that when they see the contrast with an Asmongold and they think, wow, I guess I've been eating trash and I didn't know it until now because I'd never eaten anything that wasn't trash. Here's something that provides some other version of what this could be. I think that's more similar to what I am trying to do with pop culture, you know, where I talk a lot about how representation in media and in film and television has an effect on people's beliefs. And so I think, the way that I will contextualize film and analyze film, as well as talk about the history of the film industry, and talk about how talk about the problems with lack of representation or the representation that exists. I hope that in that way somebody is getting a different, somebody is who has not heard that perspective before is hearing that for the first time and going, "Oh, yeah, actually that makes sense." And I see, it's an alternative that rests on not being, as Caroline Kwan said in the piece, not further marginalizing groups that have already that are already marginalized. Emily, thank you for the tier 1. Wasby, thank you for the tier 1. Apatale, thank you for the 18 months. Lost Strawby, thank you for the 8 months. Jacob Geller's great. He's amazing. I have watched some of his videos before on stream. And I think what he is I think what he's talking about as far as his role in being a YouTuber who doesn't explicitly do political videos is part of what I'm trying to do as a streamer with my approach to pop culture. Hassan spends a lot of time disseminating right-wing media in order to consider what kind of society we want to live in, the consequences for not being engaged, informed politically. I know I feel positive after watching your streams. Your perspective is valuable and much needed. Thanks. Yeah, I mean, it's a lot of work. What he does is he spends hours and hours and hours presenting the other side and then breaking it down. So this is what I'm talking about with it's a twofold challenge, right? It's okay, here's this system of beliefs, all right? And now I have to break it down. I have to talk about why this is wrong. I have to talk about why this is harmful. And then I have to present to you a different, I have to present to you a different perspective. I have to present to you facts that are in contrast to what, in contrast to what these opinions being espoused regarding immigration, climate change, Palestine, etc. What is it going to be in contrast to that? I think your work is important in making it accessible to an audience with a pop culture vice. I worked in news, which is how I found Hassan, but I enjoy this entertainment industry angle too. Yeah, I think it's the accessibility. I think it's draw people in with pop culture. It's, what it is? Have you seen the new Baby Girl trailer? No, but I did want to watch it. You know what it is I look at how art impacts look at how art impacts people who consume it, and how oftentimes what I think is most effective in art that has specific political and social commentary is when it doesn't just hit you over the fucking head. So people who go, oh, this looks interesting. I'm going to check this out. Like not everybody who's watching a film with commentary, with social or political commentary, is a person who already thinks that way, right? Art that has commentary in it is oftentimes looking to challenge what people believe. It's either you having an wow, this is just this is something that I already understood, but this just further this further gives me this perspective, and I am I only believe more so what I already believed. Or you have a real aha moment. You're like, oh. Look, and I'm not saying I need to clarify when I say subtle, I don't mean like you watch it and you don't know what they're trying to say, where you have to really read between the lines type of thing. I just mean commentary that's well done. That's well done versus commentary for the sake of commentary, where, after Get Out, there were a lot of films and shows that tried to replicate Get Out and were just really poorly done. Them, for instance, an example of a show that I think was an absolute pile of trash. And that is an example of, okay, we get it, but this isn't well done. You need to watch this later because it's so odd to hear and see. Colin Farrell talking with his real voice and costume as the Penguin. Yeah, I forgot constantly watching that show that Colin Farrell was the Penguin. All the anti-rich people movies we got that often didn't actually deal with class politics. Right. Yeah. Yes. Okay, I really have to pee. So let me start playing what do I want to play for you guys? What do I want to do? What do I want to Paul Mescal. Okay, I've got a Rebecca Hall story, Paul Mescal, Denzel. I've got this Ben Affleck
with cultural
AI. I got the Ben Affleck AI thing. I don't know how much of this we'll watch, but okay, so this is a conversation that Ben Affleck had at CNBC's I don't know if this is like a convention or what this was, but he's talking about the film industry and he's talking about AI, and is this where he shouts out Twitch? What? He shouts out Twitch? I haven't heard the whole thing. I only saw clips that were making the rounds online because people were like, "Wait, Ben Affleck is really well spoken. Ben Affleck is very articulate." Wait, where he mentions Twitch? Ben Affleck, do you want to come on the stream? Do you want to come on the stream? Do you think Ben Affleck knows me specifically? Yes, I think he does. I think so. Ben, come on the stream. All right. Okay.
As we both know, Ben can talk a lot, so
The man
I want to
can
start
talk.
with you, and we'll see
Let
how it
the
goes
man
from there.
talk.
Just tell us what you're doing as an investor and partner in Artist Equity, and how it does differ from the typical model in terms of the approach on investing in, so to speak, filmed entertainment.
Yeah, look, I mean, I've been investing in intellectual property really for 30 years. And, you know, today it's very difficult to underwrite how to do that with any kind of transparency and specificity because, you know, content is being technologically disintermediated. Now I look at that as a good thing because if you traffic in the best intellectual property, which I've been fortunate to do because I've just been doing it for a long time, then that kind of disintermediation is more friend than foe. And so, you know, but then you start to get to layers of answering this question, which is how could Ben Affleck and me come together? And the answer is that for the first time in my career, I actually think content has the possibility of being king. And I
didn't believe Sumner Redstone all those years ago?
Well, if you had Sumner Redstone, Paul Allen, you know, in the late 90s, we were rolling up cable systems, and what everybody thought was that Paul wanted to get into distribution. He actually didn't. He wanted to create walled gardens of content. And I think he was one of the first people to talk about content being king. But he was way ahead of his time.
Content is king.
Today, content has the ability to be king. And what's really interesting is that individuals actually can be intellectual property in and of themselves. So artist equity is really an evolution in how a scaled professional investor like myself can invest around streaming and the dislocation that sort of Netflix has unleashed. There's a supply-demand imbalance in Hollywood. There's a tremendous desire for original content across all different forms of distribution. The first wave of streaming was about volume. The second wave that we're...
I don't make political content, but I hope I can offer an alternative to the more typical toxic bro culture that I've seen taking over the internet over the past several years. Yeah, I think that's great. I don't think that everyone who is offering an alternative to the, you know, to the manosphere, to the toxic aspects of the internet has to necessarily do politics. Like, I think it is good to I think it's good to have people doing all sorts of things that is offering said alternative.
We're in now is about quality, and what people are looking for are commercially successful, high quality stuff. And I have to say, in my 30 years of trafficking in this area, I couldn't imagine two better guys to do that with than Ben and Matt. And as you said, David, in your intro, what's interesting, not to talk about Ben like he's not here, but what's interesting...
You're not the first one, but go ahead.
What's interesting is rarely in my career have I met talent that can give me a run for my money on the business side of things. The great thing about this guy, left brain, right brain, you know, he can go in there and you know, win an Oscar, and at the same time, we're in a room whiteboarding on building a business together, and that is just so unique. The final thing I'll say, David, is, you know, as I'm trying to navigate this technological disintermediation and turn it into a win, there really isn't any better guide than if you can find talent like this. There's no better guide for a guy like me in deploying capital.
Ben, you want to sort of explain what the approach is to producing movies versus kind of the old system, so to speak, and you know, how it's going to work and whether you think it's working?
Well, first of all, I'll say thank you. That was very embarrassing and a little bit humbling and probably overstating quite a bit, but I appreciate it. That's very nice of you to say it. I guess sort of broadly speaking, in terms of our approach here, it sort of mirrors what I met Jerry a long time ago. I've known him for a long time, and when I went back to him and approached him with this, I found that we were of like minds, and really principally in the sense that we both believe that if you align incentives from the beginning, you're gonna have very few problems. In fact, it's the most fluid, most effective way to work. And so that's how our company is structured. That doesn't require inorganic acts, that doesn't require friction points, that doesn't involve issues that can really bedevil and paralyze companies where you have people incented to do different things. In Hollywood, there is an awful lot of that. Historically, for a lot of reasons, which I won't bore you with, you know, where we've sort of arrived at now in Hollywood is where you have the people oftentimes working on and making the things that ultimately are going to either be valuable or not to the consumer. have very different incentives. They have different profit motives, they have different goals, that oftentimes they're in complete contrast to the investor. And there's a tension dynamic that's set up where one person's pulling for one thing and the other is pushing on them. And then, because the sort of lesson has been
thank you for the
that
raid.
there is no real profit participation. And even in share price, I can't tell you how many times people go, my stock price is worthless, my options are garbage, because, Hollywood has been treated as, because they are basically value stocks, right? People don't act like owners, frankly, at all. There's a very short-term mentality. There's a kind of a cash grab mentality, which is exacerbated by the sense that, hey, this is fleeting and the phone could stop ringing. So I'm going to get what I need to get now. And any promises of participation down the road or future benefits are hollow and won't come true. There's many cases that's in fact proved to be the case.
But there's a willingness on the part of
I just want to say that my audio is better on my cooking streams, okay? So I know you guys all give me shit, but this is CNBC, and my audio on my janky cooking streams is better. Okay? Sunbun, thank you for the 25 months.
performers to still step up, because even though that your incentives aren't aligned, at least in the
There isn't really. What happens now is, what's my fee? And as long as I know I'm going to get my fee and these are my weeks, I'm going to come in and do the movie. I hope it's good. I'm going to do my best. But when it comes time for you to sell the product that I've helped you create, I have no incentive to participate. Because for one thing, like what's the appeal? I'm going to go on a talk show. Maybe I get canceled. I say the wrong thing. That I got to do more. Aside from this event only, going out and talking all the time is not always enormously pleasant or rewarding in public, so that people don't want to go on an endless carousel of programs. They don't, especially given that it makes no fundamental difference to them. Now, that's a real problem. If you look at the way that what Jerry believes in terms of IP and in terms of people.
Yeah, I mean, he's talking about profit sharing, where he's saying if you, as somebody who created this thing, are not getting a share of the profit, then what is your motivation for it to do well, for it, to sell the thing? Sure, your contract might say like, you have to do X amount of press, et cetera, but there is no real incentive if you are not actually sharing in the success, in the profit of the thing that you were a part of.
With cultural footprints in one area or another, whether it's LeBron, whether it's Matt, all this array of IP, that we now sort of view the world not only in terms of like intellectual property, but human beings, and this has to do with social media and a lot of other factors, come to sort of represent things. Where 20 years ago someone would ask you, what kind of person are you? And you might say, elegant or stylish, and now you'll say Beyonce or Jay. You have these. The answers are actually anthropomorphized as people, right? That's the extent to which this has been penetrated, and it's the extent to which talent, people, creators are meaningful and necessary to the process of taking your investment and creating return. So you've got to, what we've sought to do is realign.
Actually, what he's talking about are leftist content creators. He's talking about leftist creators on Twitch and what we're dealing with. That's what he's referring to. And he's saying that we are meaningful and that we should be looked at as a good investment.
Those incentives and say, listen, we're going to sit you effectively side by side with us, and we're going to give you more latitude and more breadth of control, because my belief is that creatively, you hire somebody who's excellent. You want to avail yourselves of their instincts. They're excellent and they're successful for a reason. Not so they can sit here and I can tell them what to do, so that they can be empowered to do their best. And then you want to incent them so that they care about promoting the movie, so that they care about working on the movie. So we've sought to create those kinds of incentives, many of which I really saw for the first time in practice in my deal with Jerry. And as we
have to be a lot more transparent, Ben. Sorry, I mean, do you have to share a lot more than is typically the case, for example?
I think if you have stuff to hide, you have a problem.
You don't have to share a lot more, but it's all performance-based.
Right.
So as
It's clear
performance
right up
improves,
front.
you share along with it.
Here's the deal. For example, this movie that we're doing now.
Yeah.
For the first time, we've obtained from Netflix very concrete performance-based bonuses, which haven't existed in the past at all. And there were a lot of work to codify and establish. So, and I wanted to distill them into a way that people could understand it. So they go, okay, if this movie does as well as Lift with Kevin Smith, or if our movie does as well as Triple Frontier with Ben Affleck on Netflix, towering success, then I know there are escalating tranches of bonus money. Now, what we've done with that money is that we've used that to manage downward our initial investment, both with cast and crew. So we say, here's what you're going to get up front is not your full fee. But in success, and this is where you have to deliver on that, in modest success, you're going to capture what you consider to be your rate. But in real success, you're going to make a hell of a lot more. And you've got to believe there's something real out there to motivate people to do it, and then they'll do it. And you don't have to manage them, and you don't have to worry about it because you're aligned. And we've done the same with the crew. And that goes for every production assistant, gaffer, construction person, foreman, are bonused relative to their salary so that they know, look, there's another $10,000 in it for me if it does a little bit better. So they care.
What are you seeing in terms of, I mean, you've got some early return. What's it looking like?
Look, we're 2 years in. We've pre-sold north of $700 million in revenues.
I think one thing I would say is it is a challenge. For instance, if you are making a film for Netflix, because Netflix famously is a company that will not do marketing unless you are one of their flagship shows. If you are Bridgerton, if you are Stranger Things, then yeah, Netflix is going to be all over the marketing for those shows. And so I see what he's saying, but there are also challenges there are also obstacles that have nothing to do with the people who worked on the film or worked on the show not wanting it to be successful, but from the production company, the production or distribution company like a Netflix, being the obstacle, being the being the part of the process that is dropping the ball on getting getting people to watch the film or watch the show. I don't think he's saying don't pay people until the until the show or the film that they were part of does well. He's talking about trying to add in, trying to make the process so that the people who worked on the film or worked on the show feel incentivized for it to be as successful as possible, and also to have more creative control. Like if you hire someone on the creative side, then they need to be given room to do what they were hired to do. So base pay plus incentives, yes.
In 7 projects, we're meaningfully cash flow positive. We have built a company in 2 years. Now, what's interesting, if you look at it unemotionally from a guy like me and my perspective, Ben and Matt are in a very interesting point in the Hollywood ecosystem, because all the guys that came ahead of them want to work with them, and all the guys that are coming up you know, the Hemsworths and the Coopers and Jennifer Lawrence, they want to work with them. So Ben and Matt are actually a living portal for the best content in Hollywood. And there is a demand in the supply-demand imbalance for great original content that's commercially successful. Now, what Ben has introduced into this equation, which I find fascinating, but it's also a comfort zone for me as a guy who sits on top of investment committees, is, you know, he basically not only has access to the best content, but then he will go into the marketplace with the distributors and say, tell me what the market clearing price is for this content, and we will decide, like investment committee, whether we want to make it. And what's great is that Ben is not only, you know, the guy that wins Oscars, but Ben knows the economics of making movies, and he knows what he can make it for. So implicit in this entire construct is that I have a guy that I'm partnered with here who knows the economic trajectory of monetizing content.
Ben, can you share any of that
I
kind of?
remember when Matt Damon was speaking in support of SAG, I think him and Ben have coming up together in film genuinely care about this stuff. I will say that I would rather have people like Matt Damon and Ben Affleck running production distribution companies, because these are guys who came up on the creative side of the business and also understand the business side. So it's better to have people like this who are on the business side of filmmaking. He's kind of right. If a writer is going to get paid for the work and that's it, he may not care about quality, as he doesn't gain from the success or feel of the show. But at the same time, there's a limit to what people working on this can do without investment. Yeah, that's why I said I'm not disagreeing with him. I just think there is a part of this that, like, because he mentioned Netflix, where Netflix is notorious at not marketing so many of their films and TV shows. So there's like not even a chance for Netflix content to do well unless it's like one of their 4 flagship shows.
Like, well, I'm trying to understand what that who are you having that conversation with, and what?
I had that conversation with John Krasinski last night, where I said, this is why you should direct a movie.
Sexiest man alive.
And he said, but I don't understand. How does this work? Straight, what's in it for me? I said, well, here's what's in it for you. Broader creative latitude, and you're betting on the movie. Here's what's in it for you at this tier of success. Here's what's in it for you at that tier.
Okay,
what
I
is
want to
your-
skip
you
ahead
know
to
what
when
I
he's talking about
mean?
AI.
And to some people, particularly creative space, where you say, okay, we want to make Good Will Hunting, do in your movie series in Toronto. Got it. We take now, whether it's in our advertising business or in this.
But what's interesting is actually looking at just about here, you know, what I and Kim sold too.
No, because the agents who represent a lot of the actors in our movie still commission them, right? One of the writers, founders, they cared about stories. That's what the heart of it now is. Particularly in the case of public companies, you have a different kind of management. I have a more, right? David asked is not who are we going to break, and it's bad for the business when competition goes away, when it turns into, you know, oligopolies. It doesn't function as well.
Right.
We need, and there's a hell of a lot of money to be made in the linear studio space. I'd love to be Jerry and David Ellison. I'd love to go into that ecosystem and say, yeah, there's going to be some difficulties, there's going to be some hard choices, but there's tremendous opportunity and a lot of money to be made there.
Why do you think that? Are you talking about?
Okay.
That is a
Wait.
box that will rejuvenate intellectual property.
Oh, okay. I think this is
Technology.
Look at AI. Look at AI.
Yeah.
Now, AI, everyone's scared of AI. AI is a tool in a toolbox that will rejuvenate intellectual property. You will make more intellectual property, more original content for half the cost. Now, there'll be dislocations along the way, but that is a positive. And so the key is, how do you keep rejuvenating the intellectual property, right? That's what you got to do. And you got to start with the best intellectual property. All we're doing in this conversation, and what we've articulated, is we're starting to put the talent at the table. Now, by the way, the Saudis put the talent at the table in golf, right? That's the so what of live, right? And so we put the talent at the table, and we created one team with the NFL PA and Major League Baseball PA. So this is not necessarily a new phenomenon, but
It's
everyone.
so radical. It's like I'm having very fluent conversations with other directors of, you know, actors.
But it does. But what does it require? It requires. You know, I remember when we created Yes with Steinbrenner. You know, the genius of Steinbrenner. You know, 20.
Yeah, one thing that I just fucking cannot stand in any conversation about AI is how casually job loss is waved away, where it's like, yeah, there will be dislocations. It's like not even not even taking a moment to talk about how, to talk about how a lot of jobs are affected by, by the proliferation of AI. Like, I don't like it being waved away as, yeah, there will be dislocations along the way. That to me is using fancy words to describe a lot of people who will lose their jobs.
Something years ago was that he took less of a media rights fee. He was wearing two hats.
Like
he was
the
wearing his
Carlin
Yankee hat
did.
and he was wearing his Yes hat, and we were creating Yes. He took less of a media rights fee to enable the equity appreciation in the network that hadn't even been created yet. That was genius. Same thing here. You got to have actors that are willing, talent, not just the actors, but all the way through the production thing.
Although, Jerry, to be fair, it's somewhat unique. I mean, Ben Affleck and Matt Damon.
Yes, it is unique.
You can't recreate that
No.
at all. I don't think it's.
You can recreate these models. You can recreate these structures. You can recreate the fact that you can save
can't have Ben
15% on
Affleck.
any movie that you're making out there right now.
but what he
Because
said-
the truth is, Hollywood used to sit on top of a very frothy space. There was 5 studios and 3 broadcast networks, and almost anything you put out there, 10 million people were going to watch. And there was 3 movies that came out every weekend, and you could buy a weekend. It was a great business. And it started to build up a kind of a culture of like, the executive class started to swell, and we're going to have a place in Cabo, and I think you should get 3.5 a year. You should get 4. And that culture is, in a vestigial way, still present a little bit. That's the other part that needs to be disintermediated. It can't just be, labor and the people producing it. And that's going to be slightly painful. But let me tell you a little secret. It doesn't take 30 people to decide to make which 10 movies to make. It just doesn't. Committees don't function that well. You've got to be able to embrace the nature of risk, make really smart bets, not spend too much money on what you're making, and understand what the market is for the product that you're creating, and not seek to differentiate commercial from quality. Those two things should be synonymous. Like, these things are
So
pretty
you think
obvious.
it is replicable beyond just
Absolutely.
the fact that you and Matt Damon happen to occupy a certain level in Hollywood, so to speak, that is, not
he's doing it.
populated by too many people.
He's doing it now for other like-minded actors. All he's teaching, and not everyone will necessarily be oriented this way, but he's teaching them to have a stake in the game. The agenting mentality is that you don't have a stake in the game. You get your fee regardless of how you perform. And now, I don't know about you guys, but what other business is like that, right? Hollywood thinks that they get a free pass on that. And now, with the challenges that it's facing, that's
Those days
capitalism
have
is
to
found
be
Hollywood.
over. In order to survive and thrive, which
Right.
Hollywood can and should and is vital to this country, it's a massive export of ours. It's part of our soft power. It's part of our global hegemony. It's part of who we are as a culture. It's one of the things that unites us and is beautiful and is both incredibly profitable, creates a lot of jobs, and is a kind of inspiring, extraordinary, not to go on and on about Hollywood, but we've got to apply the same efficiencies.
Yeah.
And that's just the truth. And we have to have the same kind of intelligence in management. You look at companies spending $350 million a year in overhead to make 10 movies. I mean, I just don't understand that. I don't understand. You're going to miss. You just have to make smarter bets. And you have to understand that it's a function of risk. So you have to ask the people who are participating to take that risk with you. And the very best people and the most talented people and the people that you want out there working on that for you, for your investors, are ones who are invested themselves. And if you can create that, and that may mean that in the upside, which is why we chose.
You know what? More films and less money for war. How about that? How about more films that are speaking to the brutality of war and less money for the reality of war?
Air as the
In
first
order
movie
to maintain our soft power, in order to maintain our global hegemony in the way that Ben Affleck
For those of you who
described
haven't
it.
saw it, it's about Michael Jordan's
Make
deal with
films,
Nike.
not
And Michael
war.
Jordan did very well in that deal. And the point is, he damn well should have. It was the best thing that ever happened to Nike. And great. And short-term greed around, well, people will come back to me and go, guess what? And I capped their bonus at. I'm like, why would you do that? That's a best problem you have in the world. Movie makes $1 billion, and you're telling me how great it is that you capped them at 200,000? Go change it. We're trying to work with people. We're trying to create actual fairness. You think you're going to make $2 billion and come back and go, how could they get 650? It's like you've got to have a broader take on this and understand these are your partners, and if they're willing to make that investment, they're going to bring your cost down, and they're going to care. Look at what Hugh and Ryan did promoting Wolverine and Deadpool. The fact that they were invested in it and they cared about it and they were generating advertising materials and they were doing more than they needed to, and they clearly loved it and loved being there both in the process and afterward, cannot be separated from the enormous success of that movie. People want to go out of the house and go to movies. I know, I got kids. I can't be the only parent that kids want to avoid.
So theatrical release is still a thing.
Yes.
It's not just about watching it at home on a streaming service.
No,
You believe
it's both. You just have to understand
and
where.
Do you think the streamers still have an appetite for buying movies? You know, it's not clear, and I know they don't share a lot, that they move the needle in terms of subscribers. Do you still think the demand will be there for
The movie is definitely there for that. In some cases, for example, on Amazon, you've got MGM and the service. They're making roughly the same amount they're looking to do through theatrical and on the service. For Netflix, they have a very robust demand for movies. Their metrics are a little bit different, but that's what else is interesting. Hollywood used to have uniform metrics, right? Universal, Disney, Warner Brothers. The only thing different was that Warner was doing 17%, and Disney was doing 15%. And
Does anyone know what party
had
talks about
success.
Twitch?
Sold what we delivered about
Well,
20,
I'm still looking. I'm still looking for the part where he talks about the.
spending, right? But some people have lost incentive. Never pay a dime more. They never, because I know that it's really a function of who you're working with, and I know that a lot of times in this business, it's just gotten a little bit. It needs disintermediation, and we've been very successful doing that, and we've been able to bonus people quite well in the process of disintermediating and lowering costs. And so when you do that, if Netflix were able to look, if I
He
were
doesn't
Spence
really
Newman,
talk about
I'm gonna
it.
send a message directly to Spence,
It's
wherever he is,
okay.
the CFO of Netflix. I assume that he has to think, well, look, there's a delta between the number we greenlight our movies at and what we end up spending on the movie, because often movies go over. If that's 8%, 5%, 3%, it doesn't matter, because with us it's 0. So we want to incent them
He
to make
does
more
say
and more
Twitch,
movies with them.
though.
So on the one part, we have to manage that side. And just as important, if not more important, they have to be fucking great. And great sometimes means one thing at Netflix and one thing somewhere else. But Netflix is definitely, to my knowledge, and according to Bella, invested in movies and will be. Not the
punchline, David, is if you're going to invest, finally, King, that trajectory.
Can't really discuss in any detail, but you're going to be involved in a large media company.
Out is, what are the movies
Keep going, Ben.
Everyone has to care about? In my view, and this is certainly not speaking on anyone else's behalf, there's an instinct, particularly because, hey, look, let's look at what works and replicate that is common to the business world because it makes sense. A sequel, let's copy it. You have no costs, and they'll need to figure out streaming. There you go.
He doesn't talk about it. He literally just lists it off when he's talking about entertainment industry stuff. Okay,
Oh, right,
that's
Jerry?
fine.
That covers it, basically.
It's going to be easy, Jerry. Don't
I'm still
even
looking
now, even after
for-
what have been tough times and
You know, it's a
everything
lot of
else.
rinse and repeat. It's have different outcomes, but they don't. Example of empowering talent who are financially motivated with the outcome. Most actors don't care about the outcome. They get their fee, right? The agents get their fee. There's a whole ecosystem of unaccountability, and in the real world, that's what the whole capitalistic construct's about. It's accountability. Right? So for me, it's an arbitrage that I've been practicing in sports and media for 30 years in some form. It's the same thing. And Ben, and now the only thing that's new, which is so interesting to me, is now the talent's at the table.
Right.
That's what I want fairness. You can't ask other people.
Come on now, Ben. You're going too far.
I don't stone me, but that director is feeling the rollback. Typically, the last group to feel that is the executive class, but that has to come too. It just does, if you want fairness. You can't ask other people.
Come on now, Ben. You're going too far.
Capitalism is about accountability. Vash, Gordon, thank you for the 6
I
months.
don't stone me, but that's going to be part of that process, because when things were great and you were making much money and nobody asked any questions, great. It's a little harder to do this job now. You actually have to compete a little bit more. The consumer has more options. They don't just have 3 networks. They don't just have a few studios. You know, YouTube is kicking people's ass. You can watch a lot of more varied things. It's very diffuse, so you have to work harder and you have to be better. You have to have better managers, you have to have better executors, you have to work with the best talent, and you have to have the most rigor.
Given all of that, how much capacity do you have to do, whether it's shows or movies or commercials even? I mean, how much can you actually see artist equity undertaking?
You know, more than we're doing now, but listen, part of it is I'm lucky I have good partners and I'm learning. And one of the things I've learned is something that you probably all here know much better than I do, which is a lot of that is a function of hiring like-minded people and skilled people. And you're only as good as the team that you're working with and the people I install with us. So far, I'm for giving me the opportunity.
How do wrap up
Okay.
here? I do want to come back to AI, Jerry. You mentioned
Airplane
it.
facts
You
with
know,
Max.
Ben,
Thank you for the prime.
How do earlier? You guys weren't here. We did a demonstration. My colleague Andrew Sorkin and I recreated ourselves and our voices. How do you see it? I mean, is it a benefit or is it a real threat? Is it possible that a Netflix could say, we're going to do our own, James Bond thing out there with a bunch of actors that are completely recreated for this market or that market?
A, that's not possible now. B, will it be possible in the future? Highly unlikely. C, movies will be one of the last things, if everything gets replaced, to be replaced by AI. AI can write you excellent imitative verse that sounds Elizabethan. It cannot write you Shakespeare. The function of having 2 actors or 3 or 4 actors in a room and the taste to discern and construct that is something that currently entirely eludes AI's capability, and I think will for a meaningful period of time. What AI is going to do is going to disintermediate the more laborious, less creative, and more.
To be or not to be. Okay, so yeah, this is the part that I was really the main part that I wanted to watch because this is what people are talking about online. And I feel like it has been a while since I have seen somebody talk about AI in a way that's cool bean. Cool bean, thank you so much for the 5. Tessa Ruth, thank you for the 4 months. It's been a while since I've heard someone talk about AI in a way that's not like 100% saying AI is evil, but talking about it in AI will never be what, well, at least, when it comes to art, right? When it comes to film, AI will never be able to create what a human being can create. And that's what Ben is talking about here. Now, when we talk about AI, it's always it's not the technology itself that is the worrisome aspect. It is the way that it is being wielded or will be wielded to replace the human element of, say, something like filmmaking. This makes me see Ben in a different light. Well, look, Ben Affleck is he is an artist, right? He is a filmmaker, and first and foremost, that's just always who he'll be. I think, let me just play the rest of his
Costly
comments.
aspects of filmmaking that will allow costs to be brought down, that will lower the barrier to entry, that will allow more voices to be heard, that will make it easier for the people who want to make Good Will Huntings to go out and make it. Look, AI is a craftsman at best. Craftsmen can learn to, make stickly furniture by sitting down next to somebody and seeing what their technique is and imitating. That's how large video models, large language models basically work. A library of vectors of meaning and transformers that interpret context, right? But they're just cross-pollinating things that exist. Nothing new is created.
Not yet.
Yeah, not yet. And really, in order to do that, look, craftsman is knowing how to work. Art is knowing when to stop. And I think...
See, this is right. Excuse me, not yet. I want to believe that I want to believe Ben Affleck's way of viewing AI, right? Where AI will not replace human beings making art, because it is at most a craftsman. It is not an artist. It is never going to create something that is truly original in the way in the way that humans do. Whatever. You see that guy and he's like, well, not yet, but there's the Ben Affleck way of looking at it, where he is an artist and he values art made by human beings, but you have a lot of people who simply do not. And whether or not they actually believe AI is comparable to what humans create, they look at it as it doesn't matter. Even if it is a drop in, even if quality wise, it does not match what a human person would have created, we don't care. We don't care that it's an imitation. Even if AGI could mesmerize us into believing that it was made by humans, we will only seek out and value human creativity because we are human. Well, that's what I hope. I want it to be that. I want it to be true that that humans will always choose the human-made art, but I don't know if that is actually going to be the case. I think that people will I think that people will consume AI made art if it is less expensive, if it is going to be something that is the more affordable option. And what we've seen, I mean, we already see people like falling for AI. If we can even know that we're making that choice in the future. Yeah, true.
Knowing when to stop is going to be a very difficult thing for AI to learn because it's taste. And also lack of consistency, lack of controls, lack of quality. AI for this world of generative video is going to do key things more. I wouldn't like to be in the visual effects business. They're in trouble because what costs a lot of money is now going to cost a lot less. And it's going to hammer that space, and it already is. And maybe it shouldn't take 1,000 people to render something, but it's not going to replace human beings making films. It may make your background more convincing. It can change the color of your shirt. It can fix mistakes that you've made. It can make it, you might be able to get 2 seasons of House of the Dragon in a year instead of 1. And if that happens, according to macroeconomics, in cultures where there are basically oligopolies competing, what should happen is with the same demand and the same spend is they should just make more shows, which should, you should have the same spend and now you can just watch more episodes. And eventually AI will allow you to ask for your own episode of Succession, where you could say, I'll pay $30 and can you make me a 45-minute episode where like Kendall gets the company and runs off and
Ben is has
an affair with Stewie.
Ken
And it'll do
Stewie
it.
had.
And it'll be a little janky and a little bit weird, but it'll know their stats, it'll know those actors, and it will, remix it in effect,
Right.
and it will do that. That's the value, in my view, long-term of AI for consumers, which is eventually my hope for AI is that it's an additional revenue stream that can replace DVD, which took 15 to 20% out of the economy of filmmaking, which is,
He loves
and there
DVD.
should be negotiated rights and,
Right.
and
That's a
residual
key
rights
part
to
of
say,
it.
if you want to, because what do people want to make 5-minute, 30-second TikTok videos where they look like the Avengers? Well, great. You can, just like you used to be able to buy your Iron Man costume at the store, you're going to buy your Iron Man pack and you and your buddies are going to look like Iron Man and Hawkeye, like, on Twitch. That's what's going to really happen. Like, it's not going to take over and dominate.
So you see it
AGI
empowering
is
the creators in a way instead of, at this point.
I see it empowering the creators. I see it creating new streams of revenue. I see it potentially forging partnerships between Hollywood and Silicon Valley.
Okay, there was the Twitch mention. There is the Twitch mention.
That haven't been able to be made historically. And There are already laws on the books about you can't generate copywritten images. You still can't. Will there be bad actors? Will there be criminals? Yes, there will. They're in all these spaces. But it does.
Well, I do think though that like the technology is moving so much faster than the laws can even try and catch up to. This video cuts off just before he says he's a tier 3 sub. Yeah, he is a tier 3 sub. Here's my problem. I just don't see how the benefit outweighs the negative. This is what I'm concerned about. And often it feels like when talking about the benefits of AI in the film industry, a lot of it does feel like either hypothetical or a little bit of copium. And I'm not trying to be someone who's just like AI is evil and blah 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 blah. But I just feel like I've never been presented with a solid argument and data to show how AI is a benefit in the film industry despite the negatives despite the negative effects that it's having on, people who work in like VFX. With AI, I'll be able to watch Batman fight Hello Kitty in space. Oh, hell yeah. That's what I'm looking for, He's not trying to ban or endorse AI. He's trying to reinforce the creative aspect of workers. No, look, what I do appreciate with Ben is that I don't think that Ben is like I don't think he's like these other people in the industry or outside of the industry who work in who work in AI, who when they talk about AI, they are very like all they're about is pro AI. Don't worry about the things that people are saying, and instead you should recognize that AI is the best thing for us. Like, I think he's being realistic in looking at AI as a part of this world and as a part of the industry that he's in, and it's only going to more so be a part of the industry. And so I do think it is helpful to know, like, I don't want to look at AI solely as like this terrible thing. And again, I know it's not the technology that is evil, it's the way that greedy motherfuckers wield said technology to with the primary motive being, how do I make more money? He even said knowing where to stop with it is key. Yeah, I mean, he was like, look, AI right now is not in a place where it's going to be replacing human-made art, and he doesn't think that Ben I would say has a positive outlook on it because he really believes in the value of human-made art. And I think that is a difference from what I've heard other people in the industry talk about, is that they seem to be lacking that value. They seem to be lacking that that appreciation for human-made art. Too many suits say fuck the art, get the bag. Yeah. And I don't think that's what he's saying.
What I know about filmmaking and what I've seen working with AI doesn't make me think, oh my God, we're finished. It makes me think, oh, this will be cheaper and that'll replace green screen, and oh, that actually is pretty good for inserts and stuff like that. Eventually it should take 30% off the cost of production, but it should spur more production as a consequence. I worry about AGI. I don't think you should have untethered artificial intelligence that can jump effectively from box to box. But you know, in terms of large video models, these are contained.
Wait, I'm sorry. Does it just cut off there? They're like, nope, that's enough. Nope, that's it. Bye. What a weird way to end that. So what the fuck? Where's the rest of the video? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What? Yeah, did AI cut that off? AGI intervened. They're like, nope. No, negative. We don't like where you're going here. I'm in the third world VFX sweatshop, and my friends in certain departments have been already replaced by AI tech like deepfakes to replace stunt double footages. Right. And I just feel like there's a lack of care, a lack of empathy, and a lack of recognizing that there are people who work in something like the film industry who are already being adversely affected by the current use of AI. And so the question is like, okay, what happens with these people? What happens with the people in industries that AI is coming in, and because of its efficiency, because of its low cost, is making it so that a lot of these people are no longer viewed as necessary? Like, I just am concerned because I feel as if there's a lack of even addressing this in the first place, you know? Such an out of sight, out of mind attitude when it comes to displaced laborers. Yeah, it's like the one fucking dude said earlier in the film. What did he call him? Dislocator? He used the word dislocator. Yeah, dislocations. And so that's like, that's a major problem. Where if you are talking about AI as like, no, it's this amazing thing. It's so great. No one should have concerns over it, yada yada. While simultaneously just casually waving away the adverse consequences that AI has had on on industries or on subsets of industries, then that doesn't feel great. That really doesn't feel that great. And I think you have to address that, or else you're just coming across as someone who doesn't give a fuck if a technology is is harming people who work in these industries. Have you seen how James Cameron's using AI? Yes, I have. He's on the board of like OpenAI or one of those companies now. Yeah, and it also just always seems as if we're hearing about AI from the people who stand to really benefit from it, and that I obviously you have to look at like the bias of someone who works for an AI company or sits on a board and is making a lot of money from this technology. And the question isn't AI now, but the question is AI in 5 years, which it's not just AI, we're looking at like robotics. What is going to be the state of robotics in 5 years when right now, they're already testing out robots. They're already testing out robots in grocery stores and having that all automated and yada, yada, yada. And, the thing is like the policies, the policies that we have in this country are not in any way designed to protect people and to, ameliorate people's economic situation without this technology having advanced to where it will be in 5 years. And yeah, I mean, it's being used in warfare as well, which is part of the conversation that I had with Garrison Lovely when we talked about AI a couple weeks ago. Let's watch this little video. Oops.
I'm about to say something that you would never expect to hear from More Perfect Union. Elon Musk is right about something.
Elon Musk is suing the maker of ChatGPT.
Suing OpenAI for breach of contract
by putting profit ahead of benefiting humanity.
Elon's lawsuit against OpenAI, the most recognizable developer of artificial intelligence, was big news. But when I heard it, I was a bit confused. When has Elon ever been against profit? So I dug in. I read and I watched far too much of these guys talking about AI.
I think that AI will be a technological revolution on the scale of the agricultural, the industrial, the computer revolution.
AI is about to revolutionize digital biology and genomics and transportation and retail.
Artificial intelligence, it is a renaissance.
This is a world-changing set of advances.
By the time these lawsuits are decided, we'll have digital God. So, digital God.
I noticed 3 things. That the rise of AI is inevitable, that it will change everything about our lives, and that there's a war brewing between a handful of billionaires to seize control of it. NVIDIA became one of the most valuable stocks of all time, producing chips for AI. Microsoft reached an over $3 trillion valuation based on its AI work. And OpenAI tripled in value in just 10 months. But where do we, you and I, and everyone other than the dozen or so billionaires duking it out for control fit in? We're already seeing plans to replace human nurses with AI.
Yes, I played Detroit Becoming
Magnates
Human.
killing jobs to focus on cost cutting with AI. AI-written drivel filling the internet. And AI that does karaoke for you. But let's look at the possible AI future through the rise of Sam Altman, CEO of OpenAI, and just one contender in the billionaire battle for the future.
Couldn't you make an argument that you have to learn how to make it benefit you? If it's not going away, how do you say, right? No, look, I'm not trying to approach this as okay, well, we just can't have AI. Like, I recognize that AI is here. This isn't talking about hypothetical AI. It's talking about technology that is already here. But I think, one thing Ben had said when he's like, well, I'm not, look, AGI, that's not cool. We can't just have unchecked unchecked generative AI, blah, blah, blah. But then he started talking about laws and how you can't just produce copyrighted images, yada yada. And then the video cut out. But the problem is that our laws are always way behind technology. Technology moves too quickly. And so no, we don't have laws in place to protect against this technology that is rapidly advancing. And the one piece of legislation that California had introduced that then Gavin Newsom ended up vetoing that could have potentially been a blueprint for federal legislation, like that didn't even come to fruition. So it is concerning that we are lacking legislation. First of all, lacking legislation that will protect against the abuses, against AI being abused, but also lacking in policies that are going to be supporting people in this country so that when, more and more jobs are replaced by AI, people aren't just left out in the fucking cold. American legislation moves even slower than other places like EU. Yeah, I mean, it took us way longer than it did in the EU to pass revenge porn legislation. The left isn't anti-technology. We're against technology being used to exploit people. Right. I mean, that's what we're talking about here. We're talking about the exploitation aspect of it. We're talking about the profit motive. We're talking about, I mean, we just had a fucking election where the side that is supposed to be like protecting people wouldn't even talk about raising the fucking federal minimum wage. So I don't know. I mean, I admittedly, like, I'm not a super tech nerd, and I don't like, there are things in tech that I really struggle to understand. It just is not something that, it's not my forte. It's not my field, but I'm looking at this as what is going to protect people from this technology being abused, from it being used to exploit humans further, when we don't even have policies right now that exist to that are working to ameliorate people's economic situation. Really? We've never noticed you struggle. Yeah, never. I don't know. It'll be really interesting to see what, like, fuck Elon Musk, but it will be interesting to see, like, what Musk does, what influence he has on Trump when it comes to setting limits on development, not just allowing free reign when it comes to AI, which is something that Trump has indicated repeatedly he is for. He's like, yeah, no, I don't even think Biden's modest limitations is something I'm going to abide by, because Musk has been obsessed with AI doomsday scenarios like for a long time now. Elon Musk has been one of the rare tech billionaires who has talked about AI needing regulatory controls. Now, part of me is like, okay, is he just looking at this as like he is in competition with he's in competition with these other tech guys. I mean, he did co-found OpenAI and provided the funding, like the initial funding. But then he's also really annoying about AI when he goes on a crusade against woke AI. So I don't really understand his motives completely, because he's not Elon Musk is not a good person who has the average person's interests in mind. Like, that's not who he's looking as he's joining the Trump White House as one of the two heads of Doge. He's not looking to help out the average working American here, but he has been one of the few voices from the tech world, and him also being the richest man in the world, and is one of the few who has called for legislation, has been in support of legislation that does put the brakes on, that isn't just allowing these companies to have total free reign.
Sam Altman is the ruler of Silicon Valley startups, and that's not me saying that. He thinks that.
I think the president of YC is sort of the unofficial leader of the startup movement.
YC is Y Combinator, a significant venture capital firm and tech incubator that Altman ran from 2014 to 2019. He'd originally connected with YC in 2008, when the firm funded his app.
Oh my God, look at the double polo. The double polo.
Looped when he was 19 years old and wore 2 popped collars. Looped was a common Silicon Valley story. They raised a ton of money, gathered a bunch of data, and got in trouble for texting everyone on your phone when you downloaded the app. Altman sold the company and it all but disappeared. Altman landed at Y Combinator, where he rose to president in 2 years. Under Altman's leadership, Y Combinator invested in massive companies most people have heard of, like Reddit, Airbnb, Coinbase, Dropbox, Stripe, Twitch, DoorDash, and...
Dude, okay, also shout out Twitch. Wait a sec. Okay, maybe Musk's reasons for raising the alarm bells about AI, for pushing back on AI companies having no safeguards whatsoever. Maybe this is because Musk is obsessed with the human race. Now, in a weird way, right? We talk all the time about how he's pro-natalist, and he's always talking about repopulating the planet with his seed and blah, 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 blah. Like, he's weird when it comes to his obsession with humanity. He approaches it in like the weirdest fucking way. But so this is an interesting story. So back in 2013, Musk got into a debate with Larry Page, and Musk said, unless we build in safeguards, artificial intelligence systems might replace humans, making our species irrelevant or even extinct. Larry Page pushed back and said, why would it matter if machines someday surpassed humans in intelligence? So this is 11 years ago. Even consciousness. It would simply be the next stage of evolution. Human consciousness, Musk retorted, this is an article in Time, was a previous flicker of light in the universe, and we should not let it be extinguished. Page considered that sentimental nonsense. If consciousness could be replicated in a machine, why would that not be just as valuable? He accused Musk of being a speciesist, someone who was biased in favor of their own species. Well, yes, I am pro-human, Musk responded. I fucking like humanity, dude. Okay, also, Elon Musk did used to be more normal than he is now. I will acknowledge that. This was 11 years ago. Musk 11 years ago was definitely better than Musk now. But I do think that this is something that Elon Musk still is on about, even as he's like the worst Elon Musk ever in 2024. And so I'm wondering if like his being one of the few, especially him being a tech billionaire, puts him at odds with other tech billionaires who are like, nah, this is great. We shouldn't have any safeguards whatsoever. Because he does, he actually does place human beings above artificial intelligence. You know, I mean, I don't want to rule out Elon Musk sounding the alarm bells on AI, because at the end of the day, Elon Musk is always looking out for his businesses and his interests. But it is one of those things that has always made him an outlier when it comes to AI. Is the fact that like he does support legislation that will put guardrails, that will force these companies to put up safeguards. And he does not talk about AI in the same way that his fellow tech billionaires do. Now, I don't think Elon Musk cares about humanity in the way that we care about humanity. Let's be clear about that. When we talk about him being a speciesist, when we talk about him just loving humanity and wanting to, valuing humanity above artificial intelligence, I don't think that is, I don't think he values humanity in the way that we value humanity, okay?
Instacart. In a lecture to Stanford computer science students on startups, Altman quoted Peter Thiel's advice.
As Peter Thiel's going to discuss in the 5th class, you want an idea that turns into a monopoly. But you can't get a monopoly in a big market right away. You have to find a small market in which you can get a monopoly.
I think it's more about himself than it is about humanity. He doesn't like the idea of something being smarter or superior than him. Yeah, that's a good point. Especially with that conversation where Larry Page was like, yeah, who cares? Who cares if it surpasses humans in intelligence? It's like, not this human.
And then quickly expand.
Quick expansion is an inherent part of the way venture capital funded tech runs today. This is Tim O'Reilly. He's been in tech forever. And if you know phrases like open source or Web 2.0, it's because he popularized them.
One of the big problems with today's Silicon Valley is that it no longer really supports free market competition. Early days of VC, you were really talking about funding insurgent companies that had an experimental idea. Most companies didn't actually raise massive amounts of capital.
But at some point, that changed.
But then you fast forward to 2010, in the wake of the super low interest rates, there's all this cheap capital, and companies are just buying market share. And I call this the Uber problem. We didn't see real competition with different business models, different pricing. We saw two heavily capitalized companies driving everybody else out of business.
By growing rapidly with a bunch of capital, Uber created an ecosystem where if you want a cab, you need to use Uber. The old system of car services was pretty much pushed out of existence. Uber is not an Altman company, but DoorDash, Airbnb, and other companies that used similar strategies totally are. In 2015, we get our first hint of OpenAI.
I actually just agreed to fund a company that is not even really a company, sort of a semi-company, semi-nonprofit, doing AI safety research.
OpenAI is announced as not a company, but a nonprofit focused on AI safety, funded and supported.
Yanis Varoufakis' book on this exact issue is fire, by the way. It's which is it techno-feudalism? I haven't read it. This is a book that came out last year. Techno-feudalism. What killed capitalism? Let me look at a synopsis. Perhaps we were too distracted by the pandemic or the endless financial crises or the rise of TikTok, but under cover of them all, a new and more exploitative system has been taking hold. Insane sums of money that were supposed to refloat our economies after the crash of 2008 went to big tech instead. With it, they funded the construction of their private cloud fiefdoms and privatized the internet. Techno-feudalism, says Yanis Varoufakis, is the new power that is reshaping our lives and the world and is the greatest current threat to the liberal individual, to our efforts to avert climate catastrophe, and to democracy itself. It also lies behind the new geopolitical tensions, especially the new Cold War between the United States and China. Drawing on stories from Greek myth and pop culture, from Homer to Mad Men, Varoufakis explains this revolutionary transportation, how it enslaves our minds, how it rewrites the rules of global power, and ultimately what it will take to overthrow it.
By Y Combinator, Elon Musk, Reid Hoffman, the LinkedIn guy, Peter Thiel, Amazon, and...
Oh my God, I can't believe there's people in here who read. What? There's people in here who read books? What are you doing in here? No, I'm back to reading. It has not been easy, but I'm back to reading full books. So I'm taking book suggestions because I'm back. I need to get back into reading. My brain is cooked. Okay, here's what I have done to try and get back into reading. So I first started reading fiction because my attention span was fucked. And it was really hard to try and read nonfiction with a totally fucked attention span. So to just get back into reading, to get back into the habit of reading, I think if you're like me, then it might help to start with fiction. Start with something that's going to just, keep your attention span as long as possible and get you into the habit of reading again. And then, now what I do is I have fiction and then also nonfiction that I'm reading, so that if I feel like, I'm burning out a little bit, or I'm just I'm slipping with my reading, then I'll go back to whatever fiction that I'm reading. Stephanie Calton, The Deficit Myth, is an excellent book to comprehend modern monetary policy under third way neoliberalism for economic laypersons. Yeah, so someone who's trying to get back into reading because it's been a while, that's not a book that I would recommend starting off with, right? I would not recommend Techno-Feudalism. I would not recommend The Deficit Myth as a way to get back into reading when you have not read in a while. Now, something like, I think somebody suggested Dune or Three Body Problem, challenging, but potentially going to keep your attention longer than longer than the aforementioned books. Yeah. So I'm shuffling through a couple books right now. Would The Vegetarian be a good book for getting back into reading? It's not okay, it's not that long. It is fiction, but it's the subject material is heavy. I don't know. It just depends on the individual, right? If you are literally someone who's like, I cannot read more than one sentence without my attention span just going out the fucking window. If you have just total internet brain, if you're like, yeah, my brain is, I can't read something that's longer than a tweet. I can't watch something that's longer than a 10-second TikTok. I think you might need to even start smaller. Start smaller. Read something. I don't even care what it is, right? Who cares if it's like the stupidest book ever? If you're like, oh, this is embarrassing. Read something that is just going to get you back reading. If you have not read a book in a long time, then read whatever the fuck you need to read to get back into reading books. Start by reading Marx. Yes. Be kind to yourself in building the habit for sure. Yeah, man. I mean, y'all know my reading history. When I got back, okay, so I got back into reading during the pandemic, and it was really hard. And then I fell off, and then I was streaming, and I had to get back into reading again. Like, this has been a thing that I've had to do a couple times. So now I'm back reading. It's still not how I was when I was like 12, but it's better than I was for the last year and a half, 2 years. I'm really proud of myself. Last year, my goal was to read 12 books. This year, the goal was to read 24, but I've already read 30. Let's go. Next year's goal will be 48. Yeah, I would not recommend for people trying to get back into reading that you set a goal for yourself of like, oh, I want to read 20 books. I think you just go, I want to read one book. Let me just get back into reading a book. And even if that means you read 10 minutes, you know, when you sit down to read, one page a day. I think when you have finally finished a book, you will feel an accomplishment. You know, you'll feel like you accomplished it, and then you'll go, okay, I can read books again. This sounds so stupid. Yeah. What helped me get back into reading was reading a cafe or in the park just away from the house and the screens. I had to literally put my phone in a different room. I also have started putting my phone on Do Not Disturb. That's a big thing for me, especially being in that Rust server, because let me tell you, my phone was buzzing every 2 seconds. So I put my phone on Do Not Disturb or put it in a different room. Also, don't feel bad about needing a new book. The unread books on your bookshelf are often from a specific time and place, and it's valid to not want any of them. Totally. Absolutely. Anyway, look. You can if you are like me and a lot of people in here where you hate the fact that you just don't read anymore and you want to get back into it and you're able to get back into it, then just know you can do it. You can do it. You just have to ease into it. Don't expect that you're going to overnight return to the way that you read once upon a time if you were a big reader. But you'll be able to do it. I do believe that. I'm in college and I find it hard to read books when I spend hours reading textbooks. Yeah, this is definitely a thing. It's definitely a thing. A lot of college kids who feel like, wait, I was not prepared for the reading load in college. Been trying to read more, but brain fog from chronic illness is making it difficult. Any recommendations of books that are easier to process? I mean, I think if you're into manga, if you're into anime, you know, if you're into Speed Razor, thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Appreciate you. I think manga is good. So like Will is dyslexic. Will has all of the learning disabilities that makes it very, very hard for him to read. And he loves reading manga. He will sit there for hours and, well, not hours, but like when we're both laying in bed and reading, he is able to focus even though he has ADHD and he has dyslexia, and it's like the only type of literature that he can, with his learning disabilities, what's accessible to him. As someone with chronic migraines, graphic novels are great. Also, I found The Witcher. Yeah, look, there's people in here who can give you tons and tons of recommendations. That's not usually the type of... But I actually have never read manga. I've wanted to. It's just I never have, but there's a lot of people in here who can give you great recommendations. Short stories are great. If you're having issues, if you are having issues with brain fog, which I had after I had COVID, and it sucks. It's terrible. But yeah, I would start with something that's going to be less dense. It's going to take you less time. So either something like a manga or short story. But yeah, I think so. I you know what it is too? I think people shame people for reading fiction because they're buttheads. I think if you shame someone who reads fiction and is like, oh, wow, you're not reading nonfiction? Are you an idiot? No, those people are the idiots, okay? Those people are the dummies. I hate it, yeah. If you love reading fiction, then read fiction. Read fiction, and there's so much great fiction out there. The idea that nonfiction is superior to fiction, boo. Boo. I mean, technically, The Vegetarian that's fiction. And let me tell you, there are themes in that book that are really intense and very relevant to the non-fictional world that we live in. Ursula, yeah, she's an amazing an amazing fiction writer. Yeah. So there's lots of great fiction, and shaming people for reading fiction is so stupid. The Art of the Deal. Wow. Yeah. No, that's nonfiction. The Art of the Deal? What? What? Anyway. Anywho, okay.
Emphasis. Basically, a
How did we
who's
get-
who
I
of
don't
the
even remember
people
how we
who
started talking
built
about reading.
the broken tech infrastructure of today.
Swan
The
Jeezy, thank you for
stated
the
goal
prime.
of OpenAI was to advance digital intelligence in the way that is most likely to benefit humanity as a whole, with no shareholders to be beholden to.
We wanted to build this with humanity's best interest at heart.
That doesn't sound too bad, right? A groundbreaking new technology, its power available to all without any responsibility to shareholders? But let's dig a little deeper. They say they want to make the world better and do it safely, but what does that mean to them? Most of what Altman talks about in regards to what OpenAI's products can do seems to center on productivity, efficiency, and margin boosting.
Our ability to have amazing ideas for our children to teach themselves more than ever before, for people to be more productive.
How does that make life better for the rest of us? Well, Altman claims to have the answer. In his essay, Moore's Law for Everything, he explains it would require simply changing the entire economic system. Altman claims AI would drive down labor costs, so everything would get cheaper. And the lost jobs would be offset by a
Trickle down.
universal basic income coming
Yeah, we're finally going to get trickle-down economics.
from corporate and property tax rates, with no other taxes. Which sounds great, maybe, but how true is that? Would corporations see falling labor costs and reduce prices, or just keep the profits for themselves? Would a flat tax and UBI mean more money for working people, or more tax cheating by the rich and social service cuts for everyone else? And there's a running theme through all of what Altman says, the inevitability and the danger of artificial intelligence. Listen to this clip.
I think AI will probably, most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world.
People like Altman benefit from the narrative that AI is this big, scary thing, even as they're the ones trying to build and profit from it. Here's Tim O'Reilly again.
It feels a little bit like a kind of misdirection. They're basically calling for a kind of regulation of an extreme risk to avoid the regulation of the many proximate harms we can see today. If they were really afraid of it, they would stop doing their research. Instead, they're racing to accelerate it so they can get a monopoly. It's a lot like the famous line from The Wizard of Oz. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. And a lot of what I have spent my time in talking about AI regulation is this. There is a man behind the curtain, or a
I
series.
think Musk is interested in regulating AI to prevent it from continuing as an open source model. Only a few companies will be able to profit from the tool. In other words, monopoly. Yeah. What I would say is there seems to be multiple reasons why Elon Musk has seemingly taken a stance that calls for regulating AI that I don't think necessarily is from him having the same concerns that we have about AI. Again, he, with this whole woke mind virus thing, has talked about how he's concerned that chatbots and AI systems in the hands of companies like Microsoft and Google would become politically indoctrinated and infected by the quote-unquote woke mind virus, and therefore would be hostile to humanity. So again, Elon Musk wanting to protect humanity, not the same thing as you or I wanting to protect humanity.
Series of men who are making decisions for their business advantage. And those are the things that we need to be regulating. Why are they moving fast to break things?
I mean, in the Altman clip from before, where he says the world-ending thing, he literally says this right after.
You know, I think AI will probably, like most likely, sort of lead to the end of the world, but in the meantime, there will be great companies created with serious machine learning.
Companies.
Oh.
See, it's right back to profit. But hold on, isn't OpenAI a non-profit?
He's like,
Not
but in the meantime, we'll make a lot of money.
anymore. Just 3 years after the founding of OpenAI, they transitioned to something they're calling mixed profit.
To do what we needed to go do, we had tried and failed enough to raise the money as a nonprofit. We didn't see a path forward there. So we needed some of the benefits of capitalism, but not too much.
And the new board of OpenAI is rife with the profiteers who've been extracting value from working people for decades. They're also not open. None of this stuff is just simply available. Sure, an old version of ChatGPT is free, and kind of fun sometimes. But OpenAI's real product is enterprise software, doing partnerships with other giant tech companies, and loads of stuff we don't even know about, defense contracts included. OpenAI has a product to sell, a product they see as having inevitable, near-universal proliferation, which is a pretty damn good business plan, but it's dangerous for the rest of us. You remember what Tim O'Reilly said about the Uber problem? Here's how it applies to AI.
All of the smaller AI firms are already starting to fold because there are a couple in the form of OpenAI and Anthropic that are incredibly heavily funded, that have tens of billions of dollars of capital. And we don't know that they're the best companies. We just know that they're the ones that big investors picked up early. And so we have a defective kind of market.
Yeah, that's why when Gavin Newsom's reasoning for vetoing the AI legislation bill was, well, how do we know that these smaller companies don't have the potential to be as harmful as these bigger companies, where it's like, okay, so that means that you don't want any regulations whatsoever based on this argument that the smaller companies, which would not be included in this legislation because it's targeted at the major AI companies, like, that's crazy. But also, these small companies are already being squeezed out of the market by the ones that have billions and billions and billions in funding. Yeah, it's a shitty excuse. No, he sucks.
The wisdom of millions of people making independent decisions based on optimal information to kind of work this free magic market. We don't have that in. We have a central committee of deep-pocketed investors.
It all illuminates Elon's lawsuit against OpenAI when he and Altman had once been such good friends.
I'm looking for a new video game to play. Can you give me a recommendation?
Overwatch.
I play Overwatch.
Yeah, it's great.
Else?
Oh no.
I named it OpenAI after open source. It
He
is in
plays
fact closed
Overwatch.
source. It should be renamed Super Closed Source for Maximum Profit AI.
But he has his own for-sale, for-profit AI that he wants to be predominant. He made it open source in a seemingly empty gesture, but meanwhile, NVIDIA, Microsoft, and Google all want to take control of the tech that will change our future and destroy our jobs.
See, okay, this is what's going on here. This is what's going on here. Where his AI startup is it's you can make a reasonably safe bet that is why he has talked about AI needing regulatory controls, why he has been in opposition to somebody like Sam Altman.
It doesn't matter that these guys say they're doing it for good. It matters what they are actually doing. Look at the dawn of the internet itself, or Web 2.0. That's social media and user-generated content. All of that seemed great. And yeah, the modern internet has obviously had a lot of clear benefits, but it was also pretty quickly ruined by giant corporations and profit motive. We're already starting to see effects of the AI power grab. NVIDIA, the main producer of the chips used for AI, is partnering with a company that wants to replace nurses with an AI that costs $9 an hour. Look at anything from the history of the American medicine industry. Will a new low-cost tool actually help patients or just pad investor pockets? Companies are using AI to do job interviews, and it's shutting out applicants unfairly. And on a simply annoying level, they're spitting out content that's making the internet even more unusable than it already was. AI-generated LinkedIn comments? Why don't you just not post anything if you don't have anything to say? So,
Sorry,
what are we
but
gonna
who
do
the fuck is using LinkedIn that way anyway, that you would need AI
about
comments?
this? Well, let's turn to Sam Altman for advice. He has what he calls the more good guys than bad guys approach. He wrote in that Moore's Law essay, "There are bad humans, but all humans are within a magnitude are
I
as
feel like
powerful
LinkedIn is
as
just
one
all
another.
AI now.
And the good humans band together to stop the bad humans." It's been that way through all of history so far. What if the bad humans are actually the people building the system? One built entirely on fast profits and monopoly, advancing as quickly as possible. Then we need more good guys, and we've got them. They're like 12 people. What if we all stand up and say no? When electricity was first becoming widespread, it was still dangerous for the low-paid workers who were setting up the systems. But those workers stood together and formed the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. That's the electricians union.
Union
To demand
strong.
safer jobs and better wages. It worked, and it didn't hamper progress. We clearly have electricity today, right? That same concept applies to AI too. Remember the writers' strike? The Screenwriters Guild stood up and said no to AI taking their jobs. Senator Bernie Sanders just introduced legislation for a shorter work week.
Do we continue the trend that technology only benefits the people on top, or do we demand that these transformational changes benefit working people? And one of the benefits must be a lower work week.
If AI is going to make workers more productive and labor cheaper, workers should be able to take advantage of it. AI cannot exist without being trained on all that humanity has done before. That's literally how ChatGPT, the way most people interact with AI, was built. By reading a bunch of stuff online and then synthesizing it so it can talk. If all of this is built on the labor of all of humanity, then it should be all of humanity that benefits. Thank you so much for watching. If you want to support...
Right, and this is ultimately, I think, where a lot of us hesitate, where it's like, oh yeah, no, if this is a technology that will, as you say, benefit humanity, then great. But the people who are in charge of this technology are not people who are working to, working to actually serve the interests of said humanity receiving these benefits. And so it's like, okay, we just have to like take you at your word that you are different than other billionaires and major corporations who exist in a capitalist system where all that matters is profit and profit alone. So this is going to be different. Like it's going to operate differently in that, I jokingly said earlier, oh, we'll actually have that trickle down economics that has been talked about for decades here. Right? AI could be a brilliant thing and be the facilitator of a technological leap greater than anything we have seen before, but that won't happen. I mean, it's not my concern is not, oh, is AI going to be as capable of advancing humanity and our, the world as they say it is, like, is AI going to find the cure for cancer? My concern is the so-called net benefit to all of humanity that AI offers. How is that going to be realized? What was the moment you became disillusioned with? I don't know if there's one moment. I do remember, like, one time I got really bad food poisoning, and even with health insurance, and I went to the emergency room and had to get fluids, but I wasn't there overnight. I was there for like a couple hours, and I got a bill, and even with insurance it was $2,500. Without insurance it was like $20,000. I went, so if I didn't have health insurance, then this little trip to the emergency room after having food poisoning would have cost me $20,000 fucking dollars. What? It's so stupid. I mean, the fact that healthcare is for-profit industry is it's a crime against humanity. On the East Coast, so need to try to get some sleep, but thank you for all the stream and hope to join more often going forward. Thanks, Nikki. I hope you come back. Sorry, just got every mention about how local TV news production has been fully automated. There was a post today about how they have started firing entire production departments. I did not mention that in the conversation on AI today, but that's part of the whole, hey, there are industries and there are a lot of people whose jobs have already been replaced by, have been automated, have been replaced by AI. And so I'm not about waving it away and using words like dislocation. Yeah, we've talked about the environmental aspect of it. Like, there's a lot of aspects to talk about when it comes to AI. I know I mostly focus on it in like the entertainment industry. It was something that when I went on strike with the Writers Guild and SAG-AFTRA, that was a big part of being on strike was, hey, we don't want to get fucked again like we did with streaming, when we were told, oh no, what? This is going to be such a small part of the industry. You don't need these guardrails placed in the contract because it'll be fine. And then streaming became streaming dominated the industry. And so then we had to go on strike again because the contract did not sufficiently account for those massive changes. Speaking of AI, have you seen the Coca-Cola AI ad? Apparently companies are now starting to try and make AI ads. Oh yeah, no, that's been happening. I think we looked at the Levi's thing one time when they were using AI models and they were like bragging about their diversity. I'm like, oh wow, it's fucked. They're using AI models, but diverse AI models wearing Levi's. All right. I think I had pulled this up earlier, but I didn't cover it. People are, my favorite thing about actors starring in big movies where they're doing these gigantic press tours is that you will get a lot of interviews, especially when they're actors who are not necessarily concerned with being zip-lipped, with being very guarded in what they say. And so it's why you're seeing like Denzel quotes pop up all over the fucking place when he's talking about, when he's talking about the gay kiss. When he's talking about the gay kiss in Gladiator 2, to him saying this, which has pissed off a lot of people, particularly liberals, who are like, Denzel Washington is both siding politics. Huh? But this is such a funny headline to me. Denzel Washington says people better realize you're being manipulated by both political sides. The Oscar winner also admits that he made some real clunkers in the 90s following 1992's Malcolm X. Denzel's out here being like, look, people on both sides of the political aisle are lying to you. Also, I made some real stinkers in the 90s. I made some real shit-ass films. Why does this make it look like Denzel Washington is a white woman? That's a very good question. That's a very good question, because that is not Denzel. That is Sophie Turner. Denzel Washington is sharing his thoughts on the current political landscape in the United States. The two-time Oscar-winning actor who stars in Ridley Scott's upcoming Gladiator 2 was recently asked about the 2024 presidential election, which saw Donald Trump defeat Kamala Harris. During his interview with the Sunday Times, editor Jonathan Dean also noted a specific line in Gladiator 2 that felt timely given the election. Empires fall, so do emperors. You know, it's so easy to stand outside America and say this and that. Washington, 69, nice, said in response. Turn around, pick a country, anyone. But listen, the Training Day actor continued, it's all politics, all promises unkept. And now, with the information age the way that it is, if anything, left, right, whatever had better learn how to use those tools to manipulate the people. There was a great line in the first movie I did, 1981's Carbon Copy. Power to the people? Yeah, they had it once. It was called the Stone Age. We're all slaves to information now. We really are. We're all slaves. So whatever you feel about the leaders, like this guy's crazy or the other one is sane, you'd better realize you're being manipulated by both sides. Period. Denzel said period. Period. Yeah. So go to the movies. This is really funny to me. Hey, you're being manipulated by both sides, by both political parties. Period. Go see a movie, you fucking slave to information. Yeah. The Equalizer 3-star has previously been open about urging people to open our eyes and hold elected officials in office accountable. I think we, as Americans, need to unite and to hold all of our elected officials' feet to the fire as it relates to working together. We need to demand that they work together through our vote, that they work together to come up with solutions. Denzel's, he's telling us to light Nancy Pelosi's feet on fire. Wake up, sheeple! Elsewhere during this interview, Washington also looked back at his career, admitting that not all of his movies were hits. Okay, now this is where he's wrong. After Malcolm X, I made some real clunkers. Look them up. I won't say their names. They're all in the 1990s, but I was earning. I had responsibilities. While the actor didn't specify which of the films he considered clunkers, some of the movies he starred in during that decade included Crimson Tide, Virtuosity, Much Ado About Nothing. Hey! Much Ado About Nothing is not a clunker. He Got Game, The Pelican Brief, Devil in a Blue Dress, The Preacher's Wife, Fallen, and The Bone Collector, among others. Yeah, okay, this one's not very good. Washington noted that he was prouder of his projects in the 2000s, which included Remember the Titans and Training Day. So, 2000. Well, in life you learn, earn, and then you return, as in give back. So if your life is 90 years long, up until 30 you learn, from 30 to 60 you earn. So in that era, I was earning. With a great agent, my career built into making money, and so the earning kicked in, and then life also kicked in with bills, 4 kids, and a house. Ooh! Whew! Didn't exist. My goat went straight to Training Day. Virtuosity is 100% one of the ones he was talking about. Yeah, you know what I forget about Denzel? Denzel has made a lot of movies, right? When you think of Denzel Washington, you think about iconic Denzel. You know, you think about Malcolm X, you think about you think about Training Day, you think about Equalizer, you think about Remember the Titans, Man on Fire. Yeah, I mean, there's a Philadelphia. There's a lot of really great. There's a lot of really, really amazing. How dare you with Book of Eli? How dare you? And then also, you know, his work in the theater. But Denzel did a lot of movies. Let me tell you a difference between, like, okay, so one thing that I've noticed is that older actors, so I'm talking the class of Nicolas Cage, Denzel Washington, that generation of actors, if they did a lot of movies. These are people who have won Oscars. These are people who are like highly acclaimed, multi-award winning nominated actors, but they worked, right? They fucking were working. They were working. And so just by the, I don't know, but if you do the math on it, yeah, they did a lot of stinkers. They have, you know, a handful, a chunk of films from otherwise an illustrious film career that suck. And as Denzel was saying, like, yeah, I had to pay my bills. I had to make money. And I think a difference is that now the younger generation of actors, they don't work the way that these older actors worked. People make fun of Nicolas Cage all the time, but Nicolas Cage is far from the, you know, sole actor in his generation who has done a fuck ton of movies, who has like worked every year. I mean, we talked about Donald Sutherland, when he died. That was a guy who's in a shit ton of movies. Not all those movies were great, but he talked about all the time that he's like, no, I don't want to retire from acting. I don't care if I'm in a movie that's not that great. I just want to work. I just want to work. As Kim Kardashian says, no one wants to get off their ass and work anymore. So there just seems to be this, there kind of seems to be a generational difference where A-list talent of today, like younger A-list actors, are very selective with the projects that they do, as opposed to older A-list actors who, they were just working all the time. They have, you know, they have been in some of the greatest films ever made, and then also in shit. And when you listen to interviews, when they're looking back on their careers, they're like, yeah, no, I was in a lot of shit, but work is work. And I like never wanted to retire. Why would I retire? I love acting. And I'm not always going to be in a film that's a fucking home run, you know? I'm not always going to be in a film that is best picture quality. You too can be in Twilight and the Lighthouse. This feeds back into the let's go see the new Denzel movie era of entertainment enjoyment, which is definitely a bygone era. Totally. De Niro did Rocky and Bullwinkle. Yeah. Is it because a stinker back then was redeemable, but now they aren't? I feel like there's just a lot like A-list talent of today, the younger generation. I think because of the one, I think because of the internet. Two, because they don't make money necessarily in the way that actors in older generations made money on films that were ass, right? DVD sales, VHS sales, like you could be in a shit film and make lots of money from it. But yeah, the profitability being harder. I think just the kind of the auteurness of it all, where younger actors don't want to be weighed down because they're very selective in what they do and don't want to be weighed down by stinker films and don't want to potentially harm their careers, their being taken seriously as actors. Even the actors who passed young had a pretty long movie list. Jim Varney had 50 movies over like 10 to 15 years. They can't all be Ernest Goes to Camp. Sometimes you're going to get an Ernest Goes to Africa. Younger actors seem generally less interested in theater too, though maybe that's just a misconception I have. Yeah, what I will say is it does feel like we have less young A-list talent that's coming from theater, that's coming from these prestigious theater schools or, come from the stage. Back then, a movie was a movie. People would watch them without a billion tweets and Rotten Tomato reviews, plus the ability to share their own opinion, which nowadays tends to be piling. Yeah, I mean, I think that there are definitely plenty of actors who are scared of, like, becoming a meme, who don't want, who are scared of, like, the internet's ability to turn them into a joke, even when that's not the intention. And I think the other thing is, like, actors of a certain, of older generation, actors in older generations oftentimes would go do theater when they needed to feel like, I got to go do some serious acting. I've been doing some I've been doing some shit films, making money, paying my bills. I'll go do a play. Now it feels like instead actors will go do Marvel. They'll go do a big franchise film, make a bunch of money so that then they can do something indie. Then they can do the project that is their potential Oscar, they're in with the Oscars, right? It's like, okay, so I got my bag doing this Marvel film. Now I'm going to go do this small, $2 million neon film that hopefully will garner a lot of buzz during festival season. Weird social equity and, like, equity in the industry. Yeah, you make your 10 mil with Marvel, you can spend the next 10 years doing indie projects. Didn't Elizabeth Olsen say Marvel was insurance for doing smaller films? Yeah, and you can see that reflected in, like, directors and actors who come from the indie world, who then like do a Marvel film. Happens with directors too. Yeah, I mean, you look at the pipeline, right? You look at the Chloe Zhao's, you look at the Nia DaCosta's, where they go from making their name in indie films to doing like a huge franchise, huge huge IP studio film. Anyway, back to Denzel's comments on being manipulated by both political sides. I just think it's funny that people are mad at this. Because he's really not saying anything. Like, he's really not saying much here. He's just like, oh yeah, politicians lie to you. Which is true, right? And I think the whole both sides thing, it's interesting because the anger usually comes from liberals who are like, how dare you compare the Democrats to Donald Trump? And like, they are not one and the same. But what they're ignoring is the fact that Democrats also are, they also lie. They also are, dishonest in what, not all Democrats, but the Democratic Party in presenting what they are supposedly all about, and then acting in a way that is just super contrary to that, right? You cannot be for the people. You cannot be, first and foremost serving the interests of the people when your money, when you are beholden to corporations and billionaires. Yeah, you see, he portrayed Malcolm X because he's a centrist. True. Daymero, thank you for the 11 months. Anyway, this is like such a nothing statement, and people are like, oh, Denzel. Oh. Denzel Washington, both sides. Duh. Both sides. Sky Eva brought up an interesting point. What do you make of actors that don't even watch TV or movies? Like, why even participate in the media if you don't enjoy it? Start streaming because I enjoy the medium. I disliked working in law. Oh, you mean Millie Bobby Brown? Millie Bobby Brown. Yeah, I mean, I think it's really bizarre to be in the film industry and not like film. It's different from I can't watch my own stuff. I get that. That's pretty normal. But people who are in film and television who do not like on the creative side of film and television, who do not like watching film or TV, I just don't get it. I don't understand that. Because here's the thing, okay? The film industry is not an industry that you should go into if you want to make money. Art is not something you should go into, like from the creative side, okay? If you want to go be like a big time executive, whatever. But as a creative, going into something like the film industry for reasons other than because I love filmmaking is crazy to me. You know what I'm saying? Like, why are you now, Bill? I don't know. Millie Bobby Brown, I kind of feel like she just stumbled into her success. Like, this wasn't something that she spent years toiling away at. She wasn't somebody who like, oh my God, I'm out here grinding, just going audition to audition to audition for the love of it, because I just cannot do anything else. This is what I want to do. Right? Has Tom Cruise seen a movie? Do you have a most memorable movie-going experience? Boy, that's hard to say because I can basically look at my whole life in terms of films I've seen. To name just one, there's so many films that have been memorable to me. I love movies. I can remember since I was a little kid going to the theater or the drive-in and what it meant to me. When the lights go down, I'm just taken on a journey going to places that I didn't even know existed or different worlds that I wished were real. Incredible adventures, drama, comedy. That's what I love. I love the cinema experience. I prefer it with a packed audience. That's what we dream about when we're making these films too. Thinking of that group experience, there's nothing like it and nothing like seeing it on a big screen with great sound and exactly the way it was meant to be. That has never changed for me. I love it. You guys, he's obviously seen movies. He's obviously seen movies because I know for a fact that when you join Scientology, you have to watch the Scientology videos. So like, absolutely, Tom Cruise has seen a Scientology movie. Hi. Hi, Mom. What doing? Chat wants to see all my colognes. They want to see all your colognes. This is so funny. This is so fucking funny. That is the most, that reads like Trump. I mean, also reads like Kamala, right? That is so many words. That is so many words to kind of say nothing. Like a non-answer. Oh, that's hilarious. At least he is pretending. Like, if Tom Cruise doesn't watch movies, it's different from Millie Bobby Brown being like, no, I think it's boring. But at least Tom Cruise is working to make you think that he loves watching movies. Working more than a Millie Bobby Brown, I will say. Okay. But yeah, I wanted to act because I love performing. I love theater. And then when I got into film and television, when I like really got into watching movies and blah, 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 and then I got into film and TV acting, like moving to LA for me was, I need to be part of this industry. I want to be a part of creating films. You know, this medium that I love so much, that has meant so much to me. That has been my escape, that has been my education, that has been so transformative for me as a human being. Like, I just need to be a part of this because I love it so much. And so it's wild to me when there are people working on the creative side of the industry, like an actor who says something like Millie Bobby Brown did, where she's like, yeah, I just don't watch movies or TV. That's just, it's, to me, I don't get it. I don't fucking understand it, because movies and TV shows, the medium of filmmaking is my favorite. I can't imagine my life without my love of film. That's just me. That's me. Yes, sir. Thank you for the 22 months. Real. Like, sorry, I want to be an actor. I want to like go through the pain and suffering of being an actor because I just want to make a bunch of money. No way, man. No fucking way. If I wanted to make a bunch of money, I never would have moved out to Hollywood. I never would have pursued theater. Hello. I would have gone and been like a doctor or a lawyer or worked on Wall Street, baby. If money was my motivating factor in life, I never would have been drawn to the arts. It's 90% of my personality. Yeah, it's my favorite thing to talk about. I mean, pop culture just at large, but you know, meeting someone and bonding with them over movies, especially when we have shared when we have shared interests in film. People who love horror. I can talk. I feel like I can talk for hours on end with somebody who shares my love of horror films. Growing up and reading Us Weekly while pooping shaped my personality. Yeah, you're the person who the magazines, all the people, all the pop culture magazines in the bathroom, those are for you. What movies did you bond with Will over? Well, we just we bonded over loving horror films, just in general. Specific films, I mean, pretty much name an iconic horror film, and you know, that's one that we would bond over. Shining, yeah. Yeah. Ghost Ship, 100%. Titanic 666? Yes. That is not a Tom Cruise answer. Okay. Here's a Tom Cruise answer. Boy, what movies did Will and I bond over? That's hard to say. Because I basically can look at my whole relationship in terms of films that I've seen. To name just one, there's so many films that have been memorable in my relationship. We love movies. We can remember since we were little kids going to the theater or the drive-in and what it meant. I think Alien was you know what it was? The Thing. The Thing was a movie that we both were like, I fucking love this movie. Yeah. The Thing, Alien. Dead Ting. I don't think I have a Tom Cruise impression. Your first date was Crimes of the or with your girlfriend was Crimes of the Future. I didn't finish watching that. We put that on and halfway through we were like, not digging it. Yeah, I was pretty disappointed. Because we were like, whoa, new Cronenberg? Fuck yeah. And then we were watching it and it was like, oh, I don't know about this. Yeah, I think it was too out there for both of us. Zenmies, thank you for the 14 months. Okay, wait, I wanted to cover this Rebecca Hall story. So this is an example of could have said nothing, right? So oftentimes I'll see stuff like this and I'm like, you know, you could have said absolutely fucking nothing because nobody was talking about you, girl. It's not as if the internet was like, we demand knowing why Rebecca Hall apologized for working with Woody Allen. No one's talking about you. Who asked? Seriously, this is a perfect example of who asked. You could have said nothing. Jenna Ortega, no, it wasn't Jenna Ortega. It was Rachel. am I blanking on her last name? Rachel Ziegler. Rachel Ziegler, who retracted a statement that she posted on Instagram about Trump and Trump supporters. Silence is a valid choice. Yeah, remember that. Remember from the Walking Dead games, silence is a valid choice. So Rebecca Hall just like randomly comes out and says that she regrets apologizing for working with Woody Allen. So this was after Dylan Farrow wrote her op-ed where she called out actors who were still collaborating with Woody Allen after the abuse allegations. Hall shared on Instagram in 2018 that she had second thoughts about starring in Allen's A Rainy Day in New York. She also previously led Allen's 2008 film Vicky Cristina Barcelona. After reading and rereading Dylan Farrow's statements of a few days ago and going back and reading the older ones, I see not only how complicated this matter is, but that my actions have made another woman feel silenced and dismissed, Hall wrote at the time. This is not something that sits easily with me in the current or indeed any moment, and I am profoundly sorry. I regret this decision and wouldn't make the same one today. Hall also announced that she was donating her salary from the film to the Time's Up campaign. Timmy Chalamet, Elle Fanning, Jude Law, Selena Gomez, Liev Schreiber, and Diego Luna also appeared in A Rainy Day in New York. Now, Hall is telling The Observer that she regrets wading into the controversy during the Me Too movement. I struggle with this one, Hall said when asked her thoughts on Allen today in 2024. It's very unlike me to make a public statement about anything. I make the stuff, that's how I am political. I don't think of myself as an activist. I'm not that kind of person. Or I'm not that person. And I kind of regret making that statement because I don't think it's the responsibility of his actors to speak to that situation. Respectfully, who cares about Woody Allen these days anyways? Yeah, I gotta be honest. Woody Allen is not fucking relevant anymore. Look. How do I... Let me expand on that. Woody Allen is not fucking relevant anymore. You know? He's like 102. Yeah. He's also, last I was reading, he and his wife / adopted daughter are like going to New York sex clubs. I don't know. Hall cited a particular scene during production that led her to make a public statement. I was outside shooting a street scene with Jude Law where literally my dialogue was, "You've got to stop sleeping with these fucking 15-year-olds." And that day, the Weinstein scandal breaks. There's a bank of Woody Allen loved to be super meta with his films. Because Weinstein's a producer on the film and they're all listening to me say this. She continued, and I was in a tangle. Like in this moment, it's the most important thing to believe the women. Yes, of course, there's going to be complications and nuances in these stories, but we're redressing a balance here. So I felt like I wanted to do something definitive. But it just became another person denounces Woody Allen and regrets working with him, which is not what I actually said. I don't regret working with him. He gave me a great job opportunity and he was kind to me. Okay, girl. And outside of Hall's own interactions with Allen, the actress director is saying that she can't speak to others' experiences. I have no idea. I don't talk to him anymore, but I don't think that we should be the ones who are doing judge and jury on this. Hall said, adding, if the allegations were made public now, I wouldn't say anything. My policy actually is to be an artist. Don't come out and state your stuff so much. I don't think that makes me apathetic or not engaged. I just think it's my job. Okay, it feels like you're using this as a cover. I'm going to be honest, girl. I think you're using the my job is to be an artist as a cover to not have to make any statements whatsoever, to not have to stake your career on anything. That's kind of what it feels like. It feels like you want to stand for nothing while pretending that you stand for everything as an artist. Hall went on to make her own directorial debut with Passing in 2022. The allegations against writer-director Allen were first made public in 1992. Allen went on to later marry Mia Farrow's other adopted daughter, Soon-Yi Previn. Yeah. You know, I also think that here's the thing, okay? Oftentimes when people talk about separating the art from the artist, they forget that in many instances, the art reflects the artist. Like what, you know, when you look back on Woody Allen films, oh, sorry, I forgot the music is still playing. There are Woody Allen films that absolutely are a reflection of Woody Allen, the person. Manhattan, for instance, absolutely. Now, will I say that Woody Allen, because of the, because of the abuse allegations, is therefore not, his work is not important in the industry, that by just the very nature of being an awful human being, it devalues all of his work, No, I don't think that. But I think there is something to be said about Rebecca Hall working with Woody Allen, especially in the later years, in Woody Allen's later years, where I don't think he's really producing films the way that he did earlier in his career. So on the one hand, it's not even like you're working with the best director living today. And also, you are making a choice to work with someone who has been credibly accused of very, very heinous crimes. Midnight in Paris was the last relevant film. Yeah, I think so as well. You are making a choice to work with that person when there are plenty of other amazing directors who you can work with. And I think a lot of times actors just don't want to deal, they don't want to have to take that responsibility. They don't want to have to own up to the fact that they are consciously making that choice. Nobody's forcing them to. When you are at the top of the game, you've got a lot of options. And continuing to choose to work with a person like Woody Allen in this day and age, yeah, I think you should expect to have people calling you out on that. Polanski made good films. I just wouldn't watch any new ones knowing what I know now. Yeah, knowing what I know about Roman Polanski, and let me tell you that there is more to Roman Polanski than the than the instance in the 70s when he drugged and raped that girl, pled guilty to it and fled. That is horrible, but that is also not the entirety of what Roman Polanski is has done in his life. So, I am Rosemary's Baby is one of my favorite films, and I have talked about I've talked about Rosemary's Baby before, and I think, obviously, it's an individual decision to make when it comes to supporting an artist that supporting an artist that has done really terrible things. I think Roman Polanski is a guy where I won't support him now. If he has a new movie coming out, I don't really give a shit. it's I'm not like, oh, I need to just go see that Roman Polanski film. Chinatown is one of the best technically made films ever, but goddamn, fuck Polanski. Yeah, and I do think that there is value. I think that, like, if you are a student of film, I would never be like, well, you can't watch Chinatown or you can't watch Rosemary's Baby because Roman Polanski is fucking horrible. Because that means then that there's a lot of films that unfortunately you could not watch. Like, sorry, but when Louis Mayer was running MGM, talk about one of the most powerful people in Hollywood was responsible for some of the most reprehensible things. Hold on, Farley. Love Baby Driver, but like 50% of the cast are awful people. Yeah. Yeah, I just am like, I just feel like she shouldn't have said this. I feel like she made it worse for herself, right? Like, I don't even think people remember that she apologized for working with Woody Allen. Okay, hold on. Actually, scratch that. I don't think people even remember that she worked with Woody Allen, you know? I don't think someone's out here being like, I can't believe Rebecca Hall worked with Woody Allen. Like, no, who the fuck is thinking about this? And now she's drawn attention to herself because she made these comments. Respectfully, who is she? Look, I actually really like Rebecca Hall, like, as an actress. I actually think she's great. But I do know that a lot of people in here are probably like, wait, who the fuck even is Rebecca Hall? I only know about Rebecca Hall because I'm seeing these, I'm seeing online, Rebecca Hall regrets apologizing for working with Woody Allen. She directed Passing, which was pretty good. Yeah, I think Passing was underrated. I don't think Passing got enough attention. Like, who remembers that Rebecca Hall was in Vicky Cristina Barcelona? I'm going to be honest. I forgot. I am a fan of Rebecca Hall, and I've seen Vicky Cristina Barcelona, and I fucking forgot she's in that movie. Only because I became you know how when you become aware of an actor and then you watch a film that you watched a long time ago, and then you're like, oh my God, I forgot this person, or I didn't realize, like, that's that actor. Wait, have you seen this Woody Allen quote? I've taken some criticism over the years that I didn't use African Americans in my movies, and while affirmative action can be a fine solution in many instances, it does not work when it comes to casting. Yeah, he's awesome. Have I not expressed that I think Woody Allen is a great guy? Was that lost in translation here? That movie's about Penelope. Vicky Cristina Barcelona is about Penelope Cruz and Javier Bardem inviting Scarlett Johansson into their couple. Yeah. Anyway. Hi, Caroline. Sorry to bother. Do you know where the VOD of your last stream is not available? Yes, because Sundays. Well, actually, it's available as a highlight. If you check the highlight, it'll be there. N-Bird, thank you for the 2 months. Y'all, if you're liking the YouTube videos after I took a break, after I like had a month and a half break of not releasing a YouTube video, that's N-Bird. N-Bird has taken over as my YouTube editor. And that is a reminder to please follow my YouTube. I kind of forgot about my own YouTube because I've been really focused on the Let Me Know podcast. I've been I have been very tunnel vision about Let Me Know podcast, and I forgot that I have my own YouTube. I forgot about that thing. So please subscribe to the YouTubes. Let me know. Let me know if you've subscribed. Good pod, by the way. I listened to both episodes last night and I really like it. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you so much. Sorry, I just blacked out for a second there. Thank you. Also, I am choosing to believe that all the comments about our podcast are positive. I need that right now. You know? Usually I don't read comments, but when it comes to the podcast, I am reading comments and I am doing selective. Although I will say, a lot of really good comments. But for the few that are not good, I'm like, this doesn't exist. This comment is not a real comment. The only negative comments are people that have to wait for new episodes. Yeah, exactly. Okay, you guys. Okay. Should we do... Yeah, apparently Let Me Know is on Blue Sky, which is news to me. This is the only post that we have on Blue Sky. Felt cute, might delete later. If this is the only post we have on Blue Sky, I kind of love that. Kind of love that. That's it. That's all you need to know. Those who know, know. Those who know. By the way, do you need a new game, Rex, or do you have something in mind for next game? Oh, I know what I'm playing next game. I do. But what I was going to say is, should we do a little bit of Survivor? We do need a backpack emote, that is true. Is it time to watch some Survivor? Some Survivor! Is it time to survive, mates? Because I think it's time to survive. God, my accent has fallen off since it's been a few days. It's been a few days. Oh my God, my back. Since we've watched Survivor. Okay, so send the ding dongs out. What is ding dings? Because I know that there are people who only watch when I'm doing Survivor. I know that there are probably people who are like, somebody just let me know when Survivor's being watched, because that's all that I care about. It's the only thing in life that I live for. I think we're on episode 11. Send the ding dongs out. Send the ding dongs out that it's Survivor time. Okay. Let me make sure that we're on. Yeah, I think we are episode 11. Yes. I don't know if you saw this. I did see that. I had a lot of people tag me in that. My thinking was, I just started a podcast. With Sam. And I don't know if I should put myself up for a second podcast when, oh yeah, Nandre, perfect. Okay, great. We need to turn this into an emote. I don't know if I should think about a second podcast when I'm still working to get podcast 1. I mean, it's off the ground, but to get it, you know, like it's our baby. It is our baby. Okay. All right. Just thought you two would be awesome together. No, I really like Taylor. Loved when I had her on the stream, and I also don't know if I'm like exactly the person who she should have as co-host for that podcast. But I love that people thought of me. That makes me feel good. That there were a lot of people who were like, hey, I know who would be great for this. All right. I have to pee, so I'm going to go pee while episode that we're on. Right? A different light. Thank you for the 6 months. Okay. I am obsessed with the fact that John Lovett got out first, that he was the first person voted out on his season of Survivor. And I saw a tweet that was shitting on the Pod Save America guys. And so many of the comments were ragging on Lovett for getting voted off first. And look, I'm allowed, I feel like I am especially allowed to take pleasure in that because John Lovett was the one who was ragging the most on my resume. So this feels like a little bit of my revenge, you know? You know, even though I have nothing to do with it. AOC chirped at him for it saying internal politics are difficult. So anyway, it's one of those where I'm just sitting back and going, this is popcorn. Oh, how I escaped the alt-right pipeline. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot that was in my title. No, that was a video that I meant to watch that I forgot to today. Oops. Sometimes I put things in my title and I forget that they're in my title. And then I forget to cover it. And then I like move on to doing something like watching Survivor. That's so funny. I thought maybe someone had tweeted something that you saw. I couldn't see it for the life of me. I mean, I was a huge supporter of Hillary Clinton. Ooh. But yeah, no, that is, yes, I see why you thought that I was once upon a time alt-right. I would be talking about Farley in this exact same way, and people would think he was a human child. And then there would be the reveal that he's not human. I'd be like, I have a boy and he's only 6. I mean, he's 5 right now, but like, I'm just, you know, if I were to just Survivor next year, I'd be like, he's only 6 and I just haven't been away from him this long. And I just really wanted to make him proud. And I miss him so much. And it's really hard. It's really hard being here, but I also don't want to give up. I don't. I'm soft imagining me being like, oh my God. And my reveal is, it's like, it's a picture of Farley. It's a close up of Farley with his teeth, like, like, fucking evil. They haven't eaten in 2 days, which means that they are obviously, you know, especially emotionally vulnerable right now. And this is the episode that the producers are like, let's give them little reminders of home. Let's give them reminders of home when they have. This is the like episode of the villain, Henry, like depth to the villain, right? That maybe there's backstory here to help explain. We're the reason, this little crew of us in here who are watching Survivor and being emotionally affected by it, are the reason that the only reason I'm shitting on Michelle is because of how Michelle should not have lasted this long. And the fact that she's like, yeah, Odette, that's crazy that the reward was a super idol for one person.
Next time on Australian Survivor.
Sheesh. I mean, like, now she's public enemy number 1, but she's got a super idol and a regular idol. She has a super idol and a regular idol. Okay, so what it does, there's also a fucking mosquito. Jesus Christ. Is this door open? Oh, there's always mosquitoes, man. Oh, I'm so sick of it. Anyway, the super idol means that you can play it after the votes have been cast. So normally when you have an idol, you have to wait until you have to play it before they do the vote totals. So you might play it and then your name isn't even, your name isn't even the one, but it's better safe than sorry type of thing. But a super idol, or that's the old super idol? Wait, so then what does this one do? I'm confuzzled. What does this one do? You can cancel someone else's idol. Oh, duh, they explained that. Okay. Never mind. Ignore me. So you can Uno reverse someone else's idol or play it as one for yourself. I see. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's pretty great. That's pretty, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I always feel like I turn into a psychopath when there's a mosquito around because I can't ever see it, but I can feel it biting my ass. I can feel it biting. Wow. All right. So they're really throwing in some surprises here in Survivor. Changing things up as we get later into the season. If someone else plays an idol, she can play this one to cancel it, but also a part of it breaks off and becomes a regular idol. Okay. So, it is... It's two idols. It's one that cancels out one, and then it's one that's a regular idol. How many episodes are in total for this? Let's see. 25 episodes. Damn. That's kind of a lot. That's crazy. I mean, on here it says 25. That was episode 11. These seasons are long. That's a fuck ton of episodes, mate. The question is, will it have to be correctly played on someone who plays their idol in order to get the protection? Class? Anybody? Anyone? Any experts? Because Henry's the only one who has an idol on their team, on Summer Towel. It just stops the idol. Like, do you just lose your super idol playing it when you didn't need it? Yeah, I guess. Like, if you play it, you've played it. If you play it, you have played it. It's kind of crazy that we've gone 11 episodes and I think there's only been one hidden idol that's been played. I'm pretty sure. You stop an idol after an idol has been played, but before votes are read. Right. Right. Okay, so I have an idol. I'm like, haha, I'm playing my idol. And then Ziggy has her super idol. She's like, nope, I'm going to play my super idol so that your idol cancels out. Boom. And then you're fucked because you played your, you used up your idol, but you, it doesn't count. But you could both waste it, right? So that's the fun of it. That's the fun. All right, y'all. Well, what time is it? Midnight?
I gotta get up and go dress shopping.
Will you be going to Will you be going to Japan with Will in January? Yeah, I think so. I've never been to Japan. I've never been to Japan, and I think I may go. I don't know if I'll go the whole time. What'd you get?
Chicken, yogurt. You want any?
Yeah, that sounds good. I think I'm done streaming.
I got chicken. I got a bunch of different chicken.
You got grocery.
Yeah, I got groceries.
You got grocery. Okay, well, I have to get up in the morning and go dress shopping.
Are you gonna end stream soon?
I think so.
Okay, I'll do the same.
Okay.
I just didn't want the yogurt to spoil.
No, that's fine. That's fine. All good. Okay.
Watch TV.
Yeah, sounds good. Sounds good. Yeah, I'll let you guys know more about Japan when I've actually finalized things. It's still early stages of being like, yeah, I think I want to go because I've never been to Japan.
But nothing, I haven't planned anything.
Nothing like that. Nothing like that. Okay, y'all. So tomorrow I think will probably be double stream because I'm going dress shopping early in the day. It'll probably be like 10:30, 11. And I'm going with Sam and Cutie. We're going to do dress shopping for Streamer Words, and then I have to find a wedding dress as well. And then I'll probably stream... I'll probably stream tomorrow night, close to my normal time. Cool. Cool beans.
All right, that's all I got for you guys.
Very nice, very cool. Very nice, very cool. Okay, who do I want to send you over to? I'll send you over to Jalad. How about that? Cash me outside. How about that? Have a fabulous evening, everybody. Everyone. I'll see you tomorrow. Oh, what the hell? He's making weird noises. I'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for hanging out. I know, it's nearly midnight. I know.
Peace and love, y'all.
Keep it so fucking real. Keep it so real, y'all. And I'll see you